Good afternoon. I will call this meeting back to order. See, all ate rather too quickly. Okay, so returning to try to finish up our last agenda item quickly. As promised, we did a little tweaking of the language here to try to reflect the discussion before lunch or before the break. So in paragraph 1, we removed the example of ECOAG, and we just moved up the regional and global reference to modify the bodies and initiatives. So that's a change with the global agenda for sustainable livestock and other relevant regional and global bodies and initiatives. And in particular with the WHO and OIE, that we didn't change. And then down in paragraph 4, we tried to merge all the discussion to try to reflect where it seemed to be coming out, which was with some members wanting a little more technical work before we moved to guidelines, and other members thinking that it was important to retain a reference to voluntary guidelines because that was what would be most useful. So we rearranged the last part of that sentence. So now it reads, the committee requested FAO to produce a comprehensive and science evidence-based global assessment and to develop a technical document of good practices based on sound scientific evidence as the basis for initiating negotiations by members on voluntary guidelines to enhance the productivity of small-scale livestock keepers, which I think retains most of the ideas put in there, but I will leave it to members to advise if it reflects the meaning of what they were after. And then the final sentence was the EU's or Germany's proposal to include a reference to the HLP report, but others were somewhat concerned. My suggestion there is if there's still some space, maybe if Germany can provide something a little more pointed that gets at what specifically in the HLPE report they thought was particularly relevant, perhaps, would be my suggestion for moving forward there. And on that, I will open the floor to members for their reactions to this revised draft. Which may be our signal for whether anyone's back from the break. Ah, there we go. I see Germany has raised their hand. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the proposal of your summary here after lunchtime, and I welcome everyone back with us here. And I'm happy to react on what you just said, the last sentence in paragraph 4, which is still in brackets. So first of all, the sentence as it reads now, from our understanding, touches really what is of our concern. And the HLPE report is really based on neutral science and is highly relevant, and especially so because these policy recommendations are discussed in the multi-stakeholder setting and are adopted by consensus, also by the governments, and therefore we consider it really important to make that reference. I could not give you another wording for that sentence as we're sitting here right now, but it's also really in general, like that is the rationale behind that sentence, that we'd really like to make sure that this report, which has been approved by the multi-stakeholder platform of CFS, and also by the governments therein, needs to be mentioned from our understanding in regard to livestock and related policy recommendations. So that is really something I'd like to again point at here at the moment, and hopefully this will be convincing also others amongst us this afternoon. And I'd also like to thank Nigeria for its clarifications on that. I think I remember that Nigeria has also referred to this in one or two comments before the lunch break. So I think that for the moment, and also the technical document, let me see and go to, I think though it is mentioned, right, in paragraph 3 or 2, there is the reference on the technical document in regard to that. I think then we're fine. Over to you, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I was just looking at Kenya's suggestion on, I think it's the addition of comprehensive in with science and evidence-based. I'm not sure I understand exactly the proposal. So if Kenya wanted to take the floor to explain, I would be happy to give the floor to Kenya. And if not, are there any other requests for the floor? So then I guess the question is, having heard the explanation, oh, the USA. I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our disagreement on item 4, paragraph 4, is not the consensus of the committee after the high-level panel of expert report was put forth. We made several amendments to that. Other countries made amendments. In the report, we did agree with out of the recommendations adopted by the CFS 43. But the high-level panel of expert reports covers many areas of agriculture, many items in that report that we did not agree with and others did not agree with. It pits one form of agriculture, farming practices above another. It's very critical of any sort of industrialized farming. There's language in there concerning AMRs that we were concerned about. So there are a number of items in the high-level panel of expert report that we disagreed with in committee and made adjustments, and the adoption of the CFS recommendations we did agree with. It's the report, the high-level panel of expert report that we are not in agreement with.
Thank you, US. I'll give the floor to Indonesia, followed by Argentina. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to this summary, can we go to para number 2? We would like to propose in reinforcing to be amended by to formulate in collecting appropriate data, knowledge, and developing tools to guide countries in formulating institutional mechanism. And also in number 4, as we see in number 1, there are some additional in sustainable food system before the nutrition and healthy diet. Can we add that sentence also in here? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I give the floor to Argentina, followed by Nigeria. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias. Al párrafo.
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 4, the proposal to include this reference to the HLPE report, CFS 43, we agree with the United States that this report is much broader. It includes many issues which are not discussed in this particular agenda item, and there was a recommendation for countries to consider the recommendations adopted, and there were some things mentioned about how we're going to have these recommendations implemented in various national contexts. And so that's why we don't think this should be mentioned in this report, in this point of the report. Of course, it's important to make sure that we only include things that have consensus amongst members of the committee. And that's why we don't think this report should be mentioned at this point in the report. So all of that just to say that we support what the United States said in relation to that point. And in relation to the One Health approach, Argentina supports a One Health approach when it comes to agricultural production. But we're not sure that this is the space to refer to One Health. Not because we don't support it, but because we have other items like 2.2 where these come up as well, the issue of AMR, the agenda item on AMR. So perhaps it could be a bit repetitive if we keep referring to the One Health approach throughout the report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Argentina. So I guess that's a proposal to delete the end of paragraph 1 and some further details on paragraph 4. Oh my. Okay, I will give the floor to Nigeria, followed by Brazil. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank United States for bringing up the paragraph 4, the last sentence, which is still in bracket. I was privileged to rapporteur that particular HLP report, and he is absolutely right. So we can come to an agreement to separate the HLP report, as it were, from the recommendation adopted by CFS 43, which US is in agreement with. There are a lot of disagreements with some of the materials in the HLP report, definitions, the scope, and also the different practices of livestock and so on. So if it were possible, it might be a solution to make a reference to the report, but then to differentiate that the policy recommendations adopted were accepted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Nigeria, for having us benefit from your vast experience here. Can I suggest, before moving to others on the list, maybe with that clarification from Nigeria, after evidence, is that yes, we move to change the language to focus on the relevant policy recommendations. And I'm just trying to see where this would fit in. Okay. So I think it would be to go starting in the middle of the sentence and to develop a technical document of good practices based on sound scientific evidence, and that add in here, including consideration of the relevant policy recommendations adopted at CFS 43 on this subject, comma, CFS 43, and then delete the other paragraph. I don't know if that helps or not. Let's leave both of them in, but just as we go through the rest of this list, but that's a suggestion. I will now give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Just a few comments. Firstly, on paragraph 1, we agree with what was said by the delegation of Argentina. We also support the work being done by FAO together with the WHO and OIE, but we do have other agenda items where this particular particular work could be mentioned, so we would support deleting it at this paragraph. Secondly, on paragraph 4, we'd have some suggestions on the text. On the last sentence, it says, as the basis for initiating negotiations. We would suggest to delete 4 and to include to consider initiating negotiations. So to include the expression to consider. Therefore, once we have the technical documents and the results and we see the assessment on what smallholders need, then we may have the basis for deciding whether or not we initiate negotiations on voluntary guidelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. I'll turn the floor to Norway, followed by Germany.
Thank you, Chair. I think my suggestion was already raised by Nadira in paragraph 4. If we want to focus on the CFS recommendations, and it would be an option to have that in the first part, and we could also add building upon the main findings of the CFS high-level panel experts report, just to put in a reference to the work that has already been carried out by the high-level panel of experts. Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat your text suggestion?
After if we go to the sentence that you now suggested, adopted by the CFS 43 on this subject, we could include that builds upon the main findings of the CFS high-level panel of experts report.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you.
I'm not sure it will help us but let's leave it in for now. I will turn the floor to Germany, followed by Kenya. Germany, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, in regard to this part of para 4, I think that we would go along with your proposal, Madam Chair, that you put up on the screen, because this might be a line for compromise. Of course, what is being also written down by Norway would be of great interest for the EU, but I can sense that probably it will be difficult due to other colleagues around the world. So if we would stick to your proposal, then the EU, I think, would be fine with that. And let me just make one remark in regard to Para 1 and to the One Health approach. That is really something, I mean, we would have to look again how it is phrased right now in Para 1. But just to clarify, even if we touch on this in other statements this afternoon or during the week, we are very much convinced so that any reference that can be given to a close cooperation of FAO with other relevant institutions and institutes and organizations, UN organizations like WHO and OIE, to further strengthen the One Health approach, that is really crucial. And it wouldn't hurt, I think, to also mention this in this item. And I would suggest that we keep that phrase like we had it before. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you, Germany. I'll give the floor to Kenya, followed by Senegal. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Back to para 4. Are you listening? Para 4, yeah.
Yes, we hear you.
So just to improve on the readability, especially the first line, which says the committee requested FAO to produce a comprehensive and science and evidence-based. So we are proposing to change it to read to produce comprehensive, scientific, and evidence-based global assessment. Scientific. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that.
And evidence-based.
Thank you for the suggestion. I give the floor to Senegal.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo what our colleague from Germany said in relation to the inclusion of the HLPE report. I think it's the most important report because we know that this body, the HLPE, is completely independent and provides its reports based on science and established knowledge. So I think the report's reference is needed. Now, in relation to paragraph 1, I understand what the colleague from Argentina said in relation to the repetition problem, but I think that repetition here can only help us to reinforce what we want to see highlighted here, maintaining livestock as something very important on the global agenda. We think that the reference to the One Health approach is very important. It's important in this paragraph, but it could also be put in another paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank my good friend from Nigeria, the ambassador, for his always being able to bring some wisdom to the table. We're supportive of the chair's recommendation in regards to taking away the HL report and leaving the language as she suggested. We also agree with Germany in supporting the chair's recommendation for language. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your flexibility. I give the floor to Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I want to thank my colleague from Kenya for the improvement made earlier with the comma and the addition of the word scientific. But if you please, I would recommend that we replace scientific with science, because scientific and science are two words that can have a nuance difference when you look at the meaning of the two words. So I think what we mean here is science and evidence-based. I understand it is closely related, but science is a better diction for this sentence. I thank you.
Thank you for that. And we know these nuances are important. So let's tidy up paragraph 4 here. So I think if I've heard correctly, and if Norway is agreeable, we can delete the square bracket there and add in so yes, we can accept that, and then we can delete this part here that's in square brackets that was Norway's suggestion, subject to Norway not objecting. And then I suggest we go ahead with as the basis to consider initiating negotiations, but of course we'll wait for reactions on that, and then finally delete that last sentence there. And I think that if that is acceptable to committee members, that might be the solution for paragraph 4. For paragraph 1, on One Health, I wonder if a potential solution is keeping a reference to the One Health approach, but perhaps to make it less prominent by adding it to that list of the linkages, that very first list that we acknowledge, and in particular its linkages to food security, sustainable, and One Health. But I would defer to members whether that captures what they want or whether the focus was meant to be more on the collaboration with WHO and OIE. In which case, I wonder if we're starting to get into the realm of listing many topics. But I will wait for the committee's reactions to those proposed changes in paragraph 4 and then further thoughts on paragraph 1. But we should really try to finish this up as quickly as we can. I will turn the floor over to Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to paragraph 4, I don't think we've achieved consensus on paragraph 4. I have the impression that deleting, I believe that you've deleted the sentence of the HLPE report. I'm wondering if we could find a place for the HLPE report reference in the text. In relation to relevant policy considerations, I think the term should be policy recommendation, perhaps, instead of policy considerations. So I think we should talk about policy recommendations and then the HLPE report. Policy recommendations and the HLPE report.
I think the challenge here is that what we've heard from some members is there were, and confirmed by the rapporteur of the HLP report, was that there was in fact differences of views on that HLPE report, and a number of members did not agree with some of its content. So we had tried with this new wording to separate the HLPE report, on which there is no consensus, and focus in on the related policy recommendations that there was consensus on, and I'd hope that would be a way forward. I'm not sure where to go if some members, I feel like we'll have whatever discussion happened at CFS 43 again. And I don't know that we will come to a different conclusion. So I would ask for flexibility from members to that we have pulled out here the areas of consensus from that HLP report, and if we could just keep the original wording. So I would ask for flexibility there. I will now give the floor to Chile.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're taking the floor simply to express our support to the proposal. We think that, as a number of our members of the committee have said, that it's better to refer to the conclusions of CFS 43 without mentioning the HLP report, which has not achieved consensus, whereas the recommendations of CFS 43 do have the support of membership as a whole. And therefore, we think that that would be the appropriate way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. I will give the floor to Norway. Norway?
Thank you. Yeah, just for to clarify, Norway also supports your compromise suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway, for that flexibility. So I think what we're back is if other members can agree, but I see a number have raised their hands, so I will turn the floor over to Brazil, followed by Senegal. Brazil?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Okay, just to give a small clarification on paragraph number 1. We do support the One Health approach, and we do believe it's important. But when we mention it here, we're not excluding a lot of other important cooperation being developed by FAO with bodies that deal, for instance, with biodiversity, climate change, water management, which are also all very important subjects. And we don't want to start some Christmas tree listing here, but in order to be flexible, we could go along with your suggestions to include the One Health approach in the beginning of the paragraph. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil, for that flexibility. Senegal, the floor is yours. Senegal seems to still be muted. I'd like to pass the floor to Senegal.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to join the consensus that seems to be forming around the possibility of eliminating the reference to the HLPE report. I think that this would help to strengthen the document if there is agreement for this removal. I think it would be good to keep it, but if there is consensus on removing it, I would join that consensus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senegal, for that flexibility. So we'll remove that reference. I see Norway's hand is up, but I'm not sure if it's for a new intervention or a previous one. I'll assume it's a previous one and move to Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor again. And just to again say a few words since we were engaged in this discussion. So first of all, in paragraph 4, as I already stated for the EU, we are happy to go along with your suggestion, Madam Chair. So we are fine for a consensus there. And in para 1, again, it is of utmost importance, I think, to have the One Health approach included. And if the consensus would be to take this up in line 2 or line 3, where we mentioned the different areas of work of FAO, then it would be okay, although I don't want to refrain from saying that especially the cross-sectoral cooperation of everyone that needs to be involved for this topic of One Health, especially in times of a pandemic, would be necessary to be mentioned at the end of the paragraph in order to give it a certain, let's say, importance. But if there is, in order to really support a consensus, then we would also go along with mentioning it in line 2 or 3 it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. I appreciate your collaborative and constructive approach. So can I suggest then that maybe we added in after animal health and welfare, comma, the One Health approach, comma, natural resources, and then we can delete that final part there. Does that, I have a number of hands. I think these are all from previous. I'm going to lower all these hands. I have the power. So I'm lowering everyone's hands. If you meant to have it raised, please re-raise them. So I'm opening the floor if there are any concerns with paragraph 4 or 1. I see no hands, so I think that we now have a draft that can go to the drafting committee. Thank you for that. I am sure we will get more efficient as we move forward, and I think this was a helpful discussion in helping us all to get a sense of various members' positions and views. So I'm sure it will be an investment that we'll benefit from throughout the week. So thank you very much for all of that. We can now move to our next item on our agenda, which is item 2.5, update on COVID-19 and its impact on food security and nutrition and food systems. The relevant document is COAG /2020/9. The introductory note by the Secretariat was already made available on the COAG webpage. And so I will now open the floor for discussion on this agenda item. So, and I see Argentina. Argentina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Argentina, as a vice chair of the group of 77 and China, has the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of this group. The group of 77 and China welcomes the FAO's assessment of the threat of COVID-19 and recommended actions, its response to COVID-19, and its role in the United Nations system COVID-19 response. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has made the developing countries' economies to decline steeply and in some cases catastrophically. Moreover, hundreds of millions of people across the globe in developed and developing countries alike risk falling into extreme poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. Now, more than ever, we must remain focused on accelerating the implementation of people-centered 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development to ensure that no country is left behind. To that end, our efforts must be redirected to the immediate challenge caused by the pandemic. We call upon the international community to take coordinated and effective measures to ensure food supply, markets, accessibility, and availability, including to the most vulnerable people. We underline the need of the stimulus measures to tackle inequality and to build resilience of food systems. In this regard, we encourage international and regional financial institutions, as well as bilateral creditors and other commercial and private creditors, to provide immediate substantial debt relief, as well as other support measures to developing countries and economies in transition to help us manage the unfolding crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic while achieving sustainable development. The availability of official development assistance, ODA, is also indispensable for our efforts in achieving the sustainable development goals. Therefore, we urge donor countries to honor their ODA commitments and align ODA with the specific national priorities and strategies of developing countries to better meet their development needs. We call to put an end to financial levels, economic sanctions and unilateral measures undertaken against international law, which hinders the access to food and livestock amid COVID-19 pandemic. We would like to assure our support on both prevention and crisis response measures taken by FAO in addressing the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. We call on FAO to give more attention and use its expertise and big data analytics in providing evidence-based assessment on the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic to food security, nutrition, and food system in developing countries and economies in transitions, in short, medium, and long terms. We also encourage the FAO to work together with international and regional organizations in providing technical assistance and fostering cooperation so as to improve food security, agri-food production, processing and distribution during the pandemic. Thank you, Madam Chair. Over.
Thank you, Argentina. On behalf of G77 and China, I give the floor to Peru, followed by UK. Peru, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The coronavirus pandemic is having a global social impact with health consequences in terms of sickness, and has also affecting the economy of many countries and citizens. This is a systemic crisis in terms of human development, and it goes also beyond the socioeconomic and health aspects. It is endangering the functioning of the food systems and may lead to severe damage to health and nutrition globally. The issue is the disturbance of the markets, access to food, in particular in the more vulnerable countries, low and middle-income countries that are import-dependent because of the decline in incomes. The pandemic is showing us once again that global issues require global answers. A supply of food following this epidemic must meet the needs for socio-economic protection, protection of workers, of food systems, and eliminating distortions in food trade. We recognize the work done by FAO with the publication of the guidelines on policy for food, agricultural markets, support to farmers, building resilient markets, and others, as well as the management of statistical data and the agricultural market information system. We also appreciate the support provided to the meeting of the agricultural ministers of 25 Latin American countries we participated in. And we're also a member of the, we appreciate also the work that is being done by FAO as part of the UN country teams. In this sense, we will be chairing the third meeting of agricultural ministers of the continent, and in October, with the participation of FAO. Our country is following protocols and procedures to try to curb the spread of COVID in agriculture, which is accounts for a large part of the employment market and the economy. It's important to try to prevent contagion, infection disease in production areas and ensure safe working conditions in this period of emergency. To enable access of the smallholders to markets at prices that are accessible to the population, it's important that we provide support also to the markets. We support the planning instruments that have been adopted that will help farmers to make better decisions for the forthcoming agricultural campaign, and providing the information that is needed for the necessary financing measures so that the most affected sectors may continue to develop. Peru welcomes the efforts that are being made by member countries to ensure access to food and encourage countries to continue to cooperate internationally to provide assistance, social protection, and food security to our populations, and in particular to the most vulnerable. In this sense, we encourage all delegations to continue to work together in coordination so that we can all achieve the levels of economic production that were the pre-COVID levels as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peru. United Kingdom, followed by Australia. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, colleagues and interpreters. The UK agrees that the challenge remains one of access to food, not availability, and that cash transfers and social protection remain highly relevant tools to addressing the food security and nutrition impacts of the pandemic. But we must ensure we continue to monitor the situation so we can take early action should this situation change. The compound impacts of COVID-19 and conflict are of particular concern, and the UK government has appointed the UK's first special envoy on famine prevention to tackle this combined threat through resource mobilization and political action. It is not enough to just focus on hunger as part of the COVID-19 response, but more importantly, the quality of food intake. Otherwise, we will have another impending crisis of malnutrition. Lower incomes have led to households shifting consumption from higher nutrient foods to relatively less expensive, but also less nutritious staples. We would like to see more analysis of the impact of COVID-19 on the supply chains of perishables and often more nutritious foods, and on the links between COVID-19 impacts and other risks facing vulnerable populations, such as extreme weather events. It is great to see reference to the importance of data and analytics included in FAO's response. But like Argentina and Peru, we would welcome FAO doing more to track the impact of shocks on diets and the affordability of nutritious food. This will help us better understand the challenges to accessing a sustainable, healthy diet. We encourage FAO to work even more closely with partners to ensure a joined-up approach, including on needs assessments, and to work in the context of the overarching UN response and with the UN resident coordinator at country level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, UK. Australia, followed by the Dominican Republic. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning or very late evening here in Australia. Good morning to distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Shipp. I am the Chief Veterinary Officer of Australia and the current President of the OIE. It is my honour to be part of the COAG 27 and to provide this intervention on behalf of the Australian Government. Firstly, let me join others in thanking the FAO for its continued work and adaptability during the COVID-19 crisis, and for the efforts it has made to assist members better understand and address the impacts of the pandemic on food security, especially in small island developing states in the Pacific. Australia also notes the urgency in acting to ensure this health crisis does not become a food crisis. And in this regard, we have particularly welcomed the strong advocacy role the FAO has played in maintaining global trade in food and agricultural inputs. While we know it is critically important to strengthen domestic food value chains and to boost local food production to achieve rural growth and food security, we also know now much more than ever the importance of keeping food supply chains operating safely and sustainably, and maintaining open, efficient and reliable agricultural and food markets. We note that today we are being asked to not only reflect on the impacts of COVID-19, but to identify areas for further action and consider innovations and investments which would strengthen our international policy response. This is important. While there are a suite of avenues for us to explore as we navigate the next steps in the pandemic and post-pandemic world, from digital advances such as wider adoption of electronic certification to support trade, or to the smarter application of data for informed policy making, as our colleague from the UK just pointed out, Australia considers a key and unrelenting area of focus must be partnerships. Investing in collaborative and non-duplicative efforts, making sure we are all working off an optimised knowledge base established through proactive and open dialogue, and leaving no one behind in our discussions is vital for success. We thank the FAO for its commitment to the One Health approach, and we again welcome the strong support for the World Health Assembly COVID-19 response resolution, which reiterated the need for continued collaboration between the OIE, WHO and FAO. We also welcome the recent formation by the FAO of the joint FAO-WHO Centre, in which OIE will also be fully involved. Australia has called on the global community to work with urgency to prevent the emergence of another global pandemic by identifying high-risk practices within wildlife supply chains, including in wildlife wet markets, and support countries to mitigate these risks at the local level. We urge the FAO to continue to use the tripartite, as well as its intimate knowledge of individual countries' food security needs and pressures, to help deliver a global framework to mitigate the risks of future zoonotic diseases with pandemic potential emerging, which takes local circumstances into careful consideration. In closing, Australia considers that one of the best things we can all do in response to the COVID-19 pandemic is invest in and strengthen partnerships, break down silos, and build back better using collective knowledge, expertise, and ideas. Only then will we be truly able to galvanise our global policy response, improve our collective resilience, and reduce the future likelihood of such a devastating global event ever occurring again. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Dominican Republic, followed by Cuba. Dominican Republic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to the indicators, the Latin America region with the Caribbean is the most affected by the pandemic. And the dramatic impact of this pandemic is reaching all of our member states. Our policymakers and implementers at a national and a regional and global level are providing a response with the support of international organizations such as FAO to a critical situation for food security and nutrition. It is a direct, devastating threat on our food systems. The challenges that this pandemic is posing in terms of dealing with food security and nutrition are gigantic, and the highest price is being paid, as is usually the case, by the most vulnerable populations, by the poor, by the marginalized. And among these people, we see that the consequence of the pandemic in terms of hunger and malnutrition is especially severe in the rural areas. And especially the children, pregnant women, and breastfeeding women in the rural areas. And indigenous peoples are being severely affected, along with other communities whose livelihoods do not allow them access to nutritious food. And all the other components of food security, the work that is being done by FAO and by COAG in its work during this session is really key in helping governments in their efforts, especially those in lower income countries. What is happening in the more developed countries that are having a very hard time dealing with the crisis and its consequence, I think offers some perspective on the need that we, the less developed countries, have to receive technical assistance from FAO and the support of the recommendations of COAG. Finally, we encourage FAO to continue in its work, which means collating information on agricultural markets, monitoring the impact of COVID on agriculture sectors and livestock sector, and formulating innovative proposals so that governments can begin to design and implement practical solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Cuba followed by Mexico. Cuba, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We support the statement of G77 in China. We recognize and acknowledge FAO's work in the COVID response. It is very important for FAO to continue in monitoring the impact of the pandemic, in particular maintaining the supply chains of food products so that these markets can continue to work and ensure the livelihoods and food security and nutrition of these populations. The pandemic is having an impact on global food systems, and it is presenting a real risk for food security of many, if not all, livelihoods, households, especially in the poor populations. Cuba would like to express our concern on the increasing rates of hunger and food insecurity throughout the world. As we see in the document, a severe economic recession is expected to exacerbate the situation. Prices are rising in many countries, and small island developing states are having an especially difficult time. Low and middle income countries, especially the lower mix, and the middle income countries that have the higher percentage of people who are being affected by hunger, are in a very difficult situation. The poor of the lower income countries, and many poor in middle income countries and developing countries that are dependent on food imports, are especially vulnerable. FAO data is showing that owing to the pandemic, the people in extreme poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean may increase up to 83.4 million people. This would imply a significant increase in hunger rates due to the hardship that these people will have in accessing food. Cuba defends multilateralism. We believe that this global pandemic must serve us to strengthen cooperation and solidarity. FAO must follow through in its response to COVID, following Resolution 74/317 of the United Nations General Assembly, and dealing with coronavirus, and send out a very clear message to the international community on the need for unity to face this pandemic together. Along with this resolution, we also would like to call on the international community to avoid the pandemic destroying the progress that has been made by the international community in working towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. We stress the importance of international cooperation and the financial support of the more developed countries. And we repeat the call of the General Assembly on the need to remove those measures that are contrary to international law and the Charter of the United Nations. It's important that our report reflect the negative impact of those coercive measures on national efforts to address the pandemic. And this was consistently expressed by the majority of the international community, the Secretary General of the United Nations, a High Commissioner of Human Rights, and many other experts and special rapporteurs and envoys of the international community. Thank you.
Thank you, Cuba. Mexico followed by Canada. Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Chair. We welcome the introduction of this report and we thank FAO for its work in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. Mexico believes a challenge in the years to come will be seeking to ensure food security, understood not only to be a balance between the availability of food and energy demands, but also in terms of food self-sufficiency, which leads to an increase in food production at a rate higher than population growth. In this connection, through its National Development Plan, Mexico plans to reduce its food dependence by implementing national programs and creating a body called Mexican Food Security. These measures have helped us to contain the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our food security, ensuring the most vulnerable continue to have access to food. In line with FAO's recommendations, Mexico has also worked during the pandemic to ensure food supply of safe food through the use of good agricultural practices through the agri-food chain, harvest, production, packaging, and distribution, without losing sight of looking after the health of workers who work in each of the steps. Also, we've continued to prioritize plant health because it also directly promotes food security through the production of food, reducing loss of food crops, increasing profits for farmers and reducing economic losses caused by pests and facilitating the trade of agricultural products, with the aim of ensuring that food is accessible for everyone at all times. On agricultural production activities in Mexico, the damage wasn't so destructive in the sense we didn't have any shortages in raw materials used for agricultural production. That said, commerce did suffer some negative consequences due to demand for animal source protein going down due to the closure of various establishments which work in the area of commercialization of food and services. However, we have continued our efforts to provide incentives and promote agricultural production to avoid food shortages around the country to ensure the food security of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. Canada, followed by Thailand. Canada, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La COVID-19.
Thank you, Chair. COVID-19 could worsen the hunger and malnutrition situation around the world and hinder our attainment of the SDGs, especially SDG 2. Women and young people are particularly vulnerable. Inadequate diets in childhood can lead to undernutrition and child mortality. The number of children suffering from malnutrition at the moment, 1 in 5 children, will probably increase.
Both a food security and a health issue. In the context of COVID-19, a twin-track approach to malnutrition should be taken to keep essential nutrition interventions working and build more resilient food systems. Neither approach should stand alone. Rather, the two work together to strengthen the health and well-being of individuals, communities, and countries. The pandemic came at a time when food systems were already under strain from conflict, natural disasters, climate change, and pest outbreaks, driving food insecurity before COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted how essential food systems are to the health, nutrition, and well-being of populations, to rural livelihoods, and to the global economy. Canada believes that having a predictable, rules-based trading system rooted in science-based regulations in place to move food from areas of abundance to areas of scarcity is critical to achieving food security. Canada will continue to work with other partners across the world to foster meaningful dialogue on the issue of trade and food security in the context of COVID-19. Canada is supportive of the FAO update on COVID-19 and its impact on food security and nutrition and food systems, while calling specific attention to those populations most vulnerable to malnutrition. Populations already vulnerable to malnutrition, including women, young children, adolescents, people living in remote areas, migrant and informal sector workers, and people in humanitarian and conflict areas may require particular attention. The nutritional status of additional groups may be put at risk, and food security may become a broader challenge as a result of COVID-19. Surmounting evidence shows that the pandemic has affected women more than men in several ways. Canada would encourage greater clarity on what the FAO is doing to ensure that a gender lens is fully integrated in the priority areas of the organization's COVID-19 response and recovery program. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Canada. Thailand, followed by Uganda. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thailand appreciates FAO's immediate response to COVID-19 through policy briefs and assessments of the pandemic's impact on food supply chain, food trade, and markets. The briefs will contribute to post-COVID-19 policy formulation and food security and nutrition. We realize that the COVID-19 pandemic caused unprecedented crises to health, livelihoods, and economies, causing devastating impacts on the world's economy. The COVID-19 containment measure and related logistic restrictions have disrupted the agricultural markets on both supply and demand side. Our food systems and agricultural sectors have been tested on their capacity to protect food system workers while granting smallholder food production at local and global levels. Thailand adopted several social protection and relief measures to minimize the impact of the COVID-19 on national food supply chains, while engaging in granting continuity to regional and global food supply chains. Thailand has implemented the principles of the sufficiency economy philosophy, or the SEP, and the concept of the new theory of agriculture in strengthening the local food systems and local food supplies. These principles aim to minimize vulnerability of small farmers and promote sustainability, food security, nutrition, water, soil management, and biodiversity. During the COVID-19 outbreaks, the model farm to weather COVID-19 has been launched in the support of His Majesty the King Rama X and the government of Thailand to mitigate vulnerability and food insecurity of Thai people who have been suffered from the loss of employment to sustain their livelihoods by providing them training in sustainable agriculture through the principles of the SEP and developing variable farm skills in order to bring their knowledge back to their home. This model aims to enhance food security from community level to market level and to increase food production as well as entrepreneurship that will bridge the gaps between producers and markets by providing job creation in the rural areas, reducing household expenditure, enhancing the e-commerce platform, and supporting logistics and marketing for agricultural commodities. From the COVID pandemic, we have learned that the strong agricultural sector and strong local food systems will bring us food self-sufficiency and self-reliance. We still continue implementing the projects and activities in transforming sustainable food systems and agriculture to ensure that our people can access to affordable, healthy diets. To ensure well-functioning global agriculture and food supply chains in response to this crisis, we need a strong cooperation to help and support each other. Since the impact of this pandemic in food supply chain has increased the strong awareness of food safety for producers, processors, traders, and consumers, we therefore need to strengthen global cooperation through the international communication platforms in order to share information of trade-related measures that in line with WTO rules, promote solidarity, and facilitate global trade channels to prevent food shortages, as well as to ensure global food security. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you, Thailand. Uganda, followed by Korea. Uganda, you have the floor.
Madam Chairperson, thank you for giving me the floor. Uganda and Eritrea make this statement on behalf of the African Regional Group. The African Regional Group welcomes and appreciates the presentation contained in the document COAG/2020/9 regarding update on COVID-19 and its impact on food security and nutrition and food systems. With COVID-19, Madam Chairperson, we must note that at the moment, we are dealing with a formidable enemy with seemingly no end in sight. We can only hope that a vaccine or a cure is found sooner than later. COVID-19 pandemic poses significant challenges to the already strained health, food and nutrition security, and broad social economic conditions in Africa. The growing direct impact of the pandemic is affecting health in terms of morbidity and mortality, with negative repercussions on other sectors like agriculture, which is a major source of food and nutrition. We would like to start with FAO's response to COVID-19 as presented in part 3 of the aforementioned document. We welcome and commend FAO for the tremendous efforts made in response to COVID-19. Indeed, the data and policy briefs by FAO have been very constructive in aiding policy responses to COVID-19 in matters of food security and nutrition. As the world faced the onset of the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, FAO exhibited remarkable service to its members. FAO was one of the multilateral organizations that quickly initiated discussions and policy responses for COVID-19 to ensure access to much needed food and nutrition. A case was made to keep food and agriculture in general among the essential services that were permitted by governments globally to continue to operate during COVID-19 strict prevention and containment measures that included total lockdown. We want to particularly thank FAO management for working with the African Union to hold a meeting of African ministers on 16th April 2020 in Addis Ababa. It was a virtual meeting. The ministerial declaration from that meeting recommended succinct practical actions that need to be implemented to deal with the impact of COVID-19 on food security and nutrition, as well as food systems. We invite the COAG to recall and route for the implementation of those recommendations. Madam Chairperson will mention a few of them. Sorry. The ministers recommended that we should ensure that farmers have timely access to quality equipment and crop input, including seed and planting materials. They recommended that we should ensure livestock farmers, including pastoralists and fish farmers, have access to corresponding inputs. They recommended putting in place measures that will reduce food post-harvest losses. And finally, among the recommendations by the ministers, they recommended addressing simultaneously as governments with our partners the double burden of COVID-19 and desert locusts, which together are challenges of grave magnitude that must be kept at the heart of urgent work program on FAO's work in Africa. Madam Chairperson, we welcome the recommended actions presented in the document. We invite the committee to note that the African group considers that today's challenge is still both food availability and access. We invite the committee to treat both problems with the importance they deserve. We will not have adequately reflected the African situation, especially given that we have 60% of our population still dependent on subsistence farming. If we think that today's challenge is only access to food and not physical availability of food. A big population in Africa needs interventions that lead to physical availability of food as well as access to food. We therefore recommend measures that support increased production and productivity in agriculture to ensure food security and nutrition. It is urgent, Madam Chairperson, for us to move away from business as usual and build the resilience of food systems to guarantee food security and nutrition. Therefore, we call upon FAO and all UN organizations to give more attention and use their expertise to assist developing countries in dealing with the impact of COVID-19. I thank you, Madam Chairperson, and over to you.
Thank you, Uganda. Republic of Korea, followed by the Russian Federation. Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon and good evening, my colleagues. Korea welcomes the measures taken by FAO to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. FAO promptly diagnosed the impact on the countries in the regions. Also, the organization provided them with supports from the short-term emergency aid to mid-term investments in markets and infrastructure to be prepared for the post-COVID-19 era. The COVID-19 crisis and extreme weather events are posing great threats to global food supply and demand. A gradual rise in FAO food price index also reflects it. As a food importer, Korea has been keeping a close eye on the global supply chain. As international logistics slows down and food export restrictions were imposed in some countries. Internally, the Korean government has prepared and implemented various support measures to minimize the damage of COVID-19 in the agricultural sector. Farmers, especially organic growers who lost their markets, are supported to find alternative sales channels. Restaurants can get financial support, such as lower interest rates on policy funds. Moreover, we plan to encourage people participating in dining out and traveling with strict consultation with disease control authorities. In addition, Korea is sharing its experience of disease prevention and control in order to join the international community's efforts to recover from COVID-19. In the agricultural sector, with cooperation with FAO, Korean government is supporting our neighboring countries in need to improve agricultural productivity and distribution and processing capabilities in them, as well as providing technical assistance to prevent infectious animal diseases. In order to prevent this global health crisis from evolving to a food crisis, close cooperation and proactive information exchange are needed. I wish the current crisis finally turn out to be an opportunity for deepening our agricultural cooperation. Thank you very much. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Korea. Russian Federation, followed by China. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, the present situation in the world with respect to the spread of the coronavirus pandemic represents a serious challenge for every country, for international bodies, and for international relations. The current crisis will inevitably have a long-term impact on the global development of economies. We are concerned about the increase in the number of people suffering from hunger due to the pandemic, especially amongst the poor in low-income countries, and also in many import-dependent middle-income developing countries. The Russian Federation commends FAO's efforts in the monitoring and analysis of the situation in food markets and its advisory support to states on developing measures to respond to the negative economic phenomena caused by the pandemic. Russia is interested in there being a deeper analysis of the pandemic's impact on global food markets. At the same time, we note that the pandemic has led to adjustments in all areas of the economy, including in the agriculture sector. Emergency actions have had a tangible impact on food supply chains. The pandemic has also brought with it increased unemployment, lower incomes, and rising food prices. This further complicates the food security situation in the world. We believe it's important to note that our country has been able to maintain the smooth functioning of agriculture, fisheries, and the processing industry. The Russian government has taken specific decisions to address the situation in the agriculture sector. This started with measures taken to stabilize the domestic market and financial support mechanisms. We expect the Russian agriculture sector to develop despite the restrictions introduced because of the epidemiological situation. We expect the grain harvest in Russia in 2020 will be 122.5 million tons. We are also seeing an increase in production in the livestock sector. Today, Russia is safeguarding the food security situation across practically all key products, such as vegetable oil, sugar, meat, fish, and cereals, and we stand ready to ensure stable supply for the global market. It's important to maintain the integrity of established supply chains for key food commodities and also to avoid volatility and price speculation in food markets. The current situation in the world, because of the coronavirus pandemic, requires countries to pay close attention to levelling potential risks to food security. With the absence of certainty in the short term and long term, it's very important to have exchange of experience between countries on measures introduced to support food markets and farmers. The subject of the coronavirus pandemic and its impact on agriculture was one of the main subjects at the last meeting of BRICS agriculture ministers. It's important to further continue the coordination of efforts to address the consequences of the coronavirus pandemic in the framework of cooperation with international organizations including FAO, WHO, and the G20 Forum. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. China followed by Philippines. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China appreciate and support the first intervention made by Argentina ambassador on behalf of G20 77 plus China. We also appreciate what he mentioned that COVID-19 is a huge challenge that the global food systems are facing currently. Due to the pandemic, the situation of global hunger and malnutrition is getting more severe, especially for vulnerable people of low-income countries and some food import-dependent middle-income countries. Their situations are getting more fragile. China commends FAO's swift actions in dealing with the pandemic. We encourage FAO to continue monitoring the impact of COVID-19 on food systems, to timely adopt measures to support vulnerable people in developing countries, and to further improve their crisis resilience capacities. In the meanwhile, we also support countries to further smooth international logistics for food and major agricultural products in order to maintain trade order and stability of the market, to secure accessibility and affordability of food, and to effectively ensure nutrition and livelihoods of vulnerable people. Finally, we also call on countries to carry out activities to reduce food loss and waste, and to build a food-saving social vibe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, China. Philippines, followed by Germany. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day and good evening to everyone. Congratulations on your assuming the chairpersonship, and to Thailand as the first vice chair of this committee. The Philippines aligns itself with the G77 and China statement delivered by the Ambassador of Argentina on this agenda item. We appreciate FAO's efforts in assisting members in responding to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on food security and nutrition, and in helping maintain the integrity of food systems, including through the provision of policy briefs, data analytics, and the organization of high-level meetings. We encourage FAO to continue supporting members, including middle-income countries, with policy advice, measures, statistics, tools and practices to overcome COVID-19 impacts and help in the development and implementation of recovery programs. We reiterate the call on FAO to leverage its COVID-19 umbrella program to mobilize resources for building back better and support greener agriculture that safeguard the livelihoods of smallholders and family farmers, including rural women, indigenous peoples, young entrepreneurs, and migrants and other vulnerable sectors. we urge FAO to play a strong role in the UN Multi-Partner Trust Fund, as well as in the UN Global Humanitarian Response Plan, strengthening collaboration with UN and other international and regional organizations, the private sector, civil society, and development partners is imperative in overcoming the challenges of the pandemic. Finally, we wish to emphasize the importance of considering smallholders and family farmers and the scaled up implementation of the UN Decade of Family Farming among responses by FAO and its members to COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Chair, and back to you.
Thank you, Philippines. Germany followed by Indonesia. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states. The EU and its member states are particularly concerned about the aggravating effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on countries affected with food crisis, as shown by the report Early Warning Analysis of Acute Food Insecurity Hotspots, jointly published by FAO and WFP in July. We commend the work carried out so far by FAO in addressing the impact of COVID-19 crisis on food security and nutrition in collaboration with governments, UN country teams, as well as WFP, IFAD, CFS, WHO, OIE, UNEP, and other relevant international organizations in the context of the UN Global Humanitarian Response Plan in order to avoid duplications of effort. FAO's activities in assessing the pandemic's impact and providing evidence-based policy recommendations to countries is crucial in tackling the multiple threats caused by the pandemic, and we encourage FAO to strengthen these activities in close collaboration with the CFS and its HLPE. FAO should also continue to provide insights in support of high-level meetings that address the global response to COVID-19, including the G20. Alongside the response to current threats to food security and nutrition, a long-term perspective is needed, aimed at building more sustainable and resilient food systems. We recognize the efforts of all food system actors during the crisis to ensure access to food. For this purpose, COVID-19 emergency measures must be targeted, proportionate, transparent, and temporary, and not create unnecessary barriers to trade or disruption to global food supply chains. Ensuring nutrition as well as access to and availability of diversified and healthy food for all, especially in low and middle income countries and for vulnerable groups, in particular children and young people depending on school feeding, is an objective that we must achieve. In this regard, we stress the importance of tackling root causes of hunger and malnutrition, notably poverty and inequalities, to build resilient and sustainable food systems while addressing COVID-19 related threats to food security. For this purpose, short food supply chains have demonstrated to play a particularly important role. Therefore, we encourage all stakeholders to promote and provide necessary assistance to local markets and ask FAO to provide policy advice accordingly. Additionally, food security, nutrition, and health protection systems are closely linked. This pandemic clearly demonstrated the need to strengthen food safety as well as the One Health approach, including combating antimicrobial resistance and addressing the threat of zoonotic diseases. It is also necessary to reflect on the better regulation and enforcement of trade in wildlife and wildlife meat for human consumption. We call upon FAO to step up its work on zoonoses and to intensify its cooperation with the World Organization for Animal Health, World Health Organization, but also the United Nations Environment Programme. Moreover, we would like to underline the importance of FAO's work in market monitoring, notably through the Agricultural Market Information System. COVID-19 demonstrates the need to continuous investments in AMIS and broadening coverage. We also like to express our appreciation for the work of the FAO African Union Task Force on the impact of COVID-19, which highlights the latest high-level virtual meeting of African ministers responsible for agriculture, trade, and finance, as well as the adopted joint declaration and action plan. The European Union and its member states have provided a significant global COVID-19 response package for international cooperation that is currently about 36 billion euros. This package also supports small farmers and vulnerable people. It will accelerate support to address food crisis, and it will also address humanitarian development, peace nexus, and food crisis hotspots. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Germany. Indonesia, followed by the US. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Excellency, Madam Chair, Indonesia aligns itself with the joint statement delivered by His Excellency Ambassador of Argentina to FAO on behalf of the G27 and China. COVID-19 has a huge impact globally, and unfortunately, no one could predict the end of this pandemic yet. Developing countries remain at risk of being left behind in terms of access to adequate food and nutrition. This, of course, will affect our efforts to the achievement of the SDGs of Zero Hunger. In the Indonesian context, to overcome the pandemic's impact across the food system and keep providing food for 267 million Indonesians, our government continues to preserving the sustainability of supply chain, assisting and protecting farmers through the provision of social assistance program, promoting local wisdom-based dietary diversification, and developing modern agriculture. These measures, which aim to stimulate growth and accelerate recovery, have shown positive effect, resulted in an increase of GDP growth in the agriculture sector about 2.19% compared to the previous year. We commend the work that FAO has undertaken so far in light of the current COVID-19 crisis in the response and recovery through the provision of evidence-based policy advice, analysis, and technical assistance. We particularly appreciate FAO's initiative to support the government of Indonesia's short-term response, addressing the most immediate effects of the ongoing pandemic on the food system in the country. In this regard, we urge FAO to continue supporting members' countries in handling the COVID-19 impacts, including through the hand-in-hand initiative and the South-South and triangular cooperation. We request FAO to continue to provide timely, improved, and geospatially indicative data to measure the pandemic's unfolding effects on global food insecurity and market conditions. Finally, current pandemics calls for concerted global action to address food production issues at domestic level and ensure food supply chain remain open. We underscore the value of our partnership and encourage its continued collaboration with the other two UN Rome-based agencies and other development partners, including the private sector and civil society, to assess developing countries to accelerate its attainment to the SDG amidst the current context of COVID-19 pandemic. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. The United States, followed by Japan. US, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Like many other countries, the United States is concerned that the economic impact of COVID-19 and the mitigation measures taken to contain the disease threaten to create an expanding food and nutrition crisis over the next year. To prevent the crisis from causing an urgent and significant increase in the need for humanitarian food assistance and reversing a decade of hard-earned gains, the world must take immediate action to protect the most vulnerable, including rural populations that already suffer disproportionately from poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. Many now face declining incomes from the loss of livelihoods and jobs and reduced availability of nutrient-dense food, which could have lasting impacts on the nutritional status of women and children. Pre-existing conditions, including desert locust, fall armyworm, and drought, compound the threat of COVID-19 pandemic. The United States has recently discussed with developing ministers from other countries the need to scale up non-emergency action in the countries most at risk to protect production capacity, avoid the future deterioration of incomes and livelihood, maintain the availability of adequate nutritious food supplies, ensure the continued functioning of agricultural supply chains, and to preserve rural jobs and incomes. We look to FAO to help coordinate global efforts to share data and analysis, identify priority action areas, and target resources in order to mitigate the need for increased humanitarian assistance in the future. Furthermore, the United States wholeheartedly agrees with FAO that global trade channels must remain open and that countries must avoid unjustifiable trade restriction measures. We would like to reiterate the transmission of COVID-19 as a respiratory illness is primarily understood to occur person to person. There is currently no evidence of food or food packaging being associated with transmission of COVID-19. In times of disruption of food supply, open and predictable markets help to smooth the distribution of food along supply chains and to ensure it can move to where it is needed. For these reasons, we welcome the work that FAO has done to ensure that markets remain open, including their work with the G20 agricultural ministers. This is also why FAO continued support of the Agricultural Market Information System, AMIS as we know it, is so important as through this initiative, FAO can provide countries with vital information on market conditions, increasing transparency on the world food supply, and boosting the confidence of agricultural purchasers. We also support the work of FAO as it's done to increase access to data from decision-making, disseminate policy briefs, and promote work to safeguard and strengthen long-term resilient food systems. The pandemic is an unfortunate reminder of the importance of trade, the private sector, and the well-functioning markets, as well as social protection programs for the most vulnerable at the farm level and across the food chain. Looking ahead to the aftermath of the pandemic, we recognize that agriculture will be an important engine for economic recovery. This increasingly raises the importance of FAO's work with member countries on improving resiliency and productivity on their food systems through innovation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United States. Japan, followed by Switzerland. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Food is one of the most basic needs for humans. Therefore, based on human security and to leave no one behind, Japan, together with FAO, has conducted improvement of nutrition and strengthened food supply, especially for those most vulnerable people. We will continue to work for ensuring the world food security. Under COVID-19 pandemic, strengthening the resilience of food system in countries and the world is an urgent issue. Taking into consideration COVID-19 impact on food supply chains, food market, labor market, food security, and livelihood in the short term, medium term, and long term, we need to continue our cooperation with member countries and relevant international organizations at the same time. With regard to the response to improvement nutrition, it is important to promote a sustainable and well-balanced healthy diet, as well as to utilize local foods, such as through school lunch that uses healthy traditional ingredients. Finally, I would like to talk about Japan's perspective on the relationship between COVID-19 and the United Nations Food System Summit in 2021. Japan believes that SDGs cannot be achieved without addressing COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, in the Food System Summit, measures to be taken during and post-COVID-19 should be regarded as a comprehensive approach on food system, and we should accelerate our discussion for strengthening resilience of food system. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Japan. Switzerland, followed by Iran. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Switzerland thanks FAO for its valuable work since the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis. The pandemic has exposed the vulnerability and fragility of food systems. Based on this observation, there is a need to take on a holistic and a systemic food systems approach and accelerate the transformation towards more sustainable and resilient food systems. We must think in the long term and seize the opportunity to build back better by implementing measures that can make societies more resilient to future shocks. We consider that sustainable agriculture and other innovative approaches, including agroecology, as one entry point to do so. Our experience in Switzerland in the early phase of the pandemic has highlighted two key factors in terms of resilience. The first one is the well-functioning and flexible food supply chains that are able to react to demand-side shocks, such as closure of markets and restaurants. They need to be able to switch swiftly towards other trading channels. The second factor is the need for strong and inclusive social protection systems to ensure that food remains accessible and affordable for all. So social safety nets are crucial in times of sudden unemployment and loss of income. The current pandemic will require our attention for some time to come in order to mitigate its impacts. At the same time, this crisis should not distract us from also coping with parallel crises, such as the desert locust outbreak, climate change, and the continuing loss of soil fertility and biodiversity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Iran, followed by Chile. Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the same time, Iran aligned itself to the statement delivered by Excellency Ambassador of Argentina on behalf of G77 and China, believes today, as the whole world tries to manage the most severe pandemic in current century, it is crucial to do everything possible to mitigate its effect on food production and livelihoods. The spread of COVID-19 has affected the vulnerability of millions of small producers and agricultural workers and intensified challenges for this large part of the population. These new circumstances is even more intense in countries with high level of food insecurity, since they are more exposed to the pandemic, are particularly vulnerable to a range of threats since they have limited capacities to manage with additional risks. As you are all aware, at the same time in these pandemic circumstances, major global trends, especially climate change, have affected agricultural and rural activities and made them vulnerable. Among the consequences of the climate change and related risks that have engulfed us in recent years, we can refer to the water scarcity, soil erosion, desertification, forest and pasture fires, floods, influx of new pests, and swarming desert locust. Consequently, if this situation is not effectively addressed, the risk is that all the progress made in overcoming poverty and hunger and achieving sustainable development goals will come to nothing. Therefore, we recall FAO to strengthen its policy and technical support to members by providing appropriate data and knowledge to guide countries for enabling them to adapt their agricultural system in these pandemic circumstances. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you, Iran. Chile, followed by Colombia. Chile, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias, señora.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. We align ourselves with the statement of G77 in China, and we welcome the document under discussion and the broad approach it has to the impact of the pandemic on food security and food supply chains. Our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, has been one of the most severely affected regions by the pandemic. And therefore, we repeat the call of the G77 and China to focus attention on middle-income countries, countries with economies in tradition, which form most of the countries in our region. We would like to strengthen the role of international trade that needs to be open without barriers to contribute to food security in the sort of context that the world is facing today. International trade is an essential contribution, a cornerstone for the resilience of our food systems. Among the recommendations, we should highlight the role of international trade, in particular as mentioned at the end of paragraph 5 of the document. The international trade routes must continue to be open. International food markets cannot work without free trade. Chile has understood the key role of international trade in facing the crisis in different fora. We've mentioned this at a multilateral and a regional level. Therefore, among the measures envisaged by the COAG, we suggest that we add at the end of the third recommendation, including international trade. So that would be at the end, considering investment to strengthen policy response, continuity, improvement, and distribution of food, including, and the last bit that needs to be added is including international trade. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chile. Colombia, followed by New Zealand. Colombia, you have the floor.
Buenos días y buenas tardes.
Good morning, good afternoon to all. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Greetings to all. I would like to thank FAO for having tabled such an important issue for us all. Colombia considers the document is pointing out clearly the priority that we should assign to nutrition and to all attention to assure not only the availability of food, but also adequate nutrition to the most vulnerable population, those who are feeling most severely the impact of this health emergency. And the issue is often not so much accessibility of food, but affordability of the food. We run the risk of a severe food insecurity crisis in the population. And this could lead to a reduction in the number of meals people can afford a day. There's a need for us to return to giving priority to the production of food in our global agricultural policies and ensuring that agriculture, that farming is profitable, that we can have a generational turnover, that there are incentives for people to continue in this essential activity. And this has to be done not on an on-off basis, but it needs to be a steady effort. We cannot simply allow populations to join the list of those who are suffering hunger. And it's important also to avoid waste that can be due to inadequate food systems or inadequate customs. It is inconceivable that in 2020, already back in 2019, when this emergency had not yet been registered, we already had more than 800 million people who were suffering hunger or in a situation of extreme vulnerability. This before the pandemic. And so many millions of people not knowing whether they would be able to eat that day. And therefore, it is important. And we see that situations of many countries are extremely severe. We need to look at the situation in Africa, in Latin America, and consider also the economic models and the interdependence of action. We need to have universal approaches to ensure that the good practices are in place and lead to the necessary investment and transformation. In the last few years, perhaps we have focused very much on the diagnosis, on the analysis, and now it is important that we identify solutions that can help us meet the challenges and achieve the results that our citizens are in need of. The Secretary General of the United Nations last June the 9th, in his call for harmonized systems, highlighted important concepts for food security and the promotion of solidarity. And it is therefore important that organizations such as FAO, WFP, and the system of member states in general should ensure that we do meet our goals in terms of food security and nutrition. And finally, from Colombia, we would like to make a call for sustainability of food production, and this will require coordination in dealing with the COVID epidemic and continuing to ensure steady agricultural production. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Colombia. I'll move to New Zealand. I'm going to move through my list, starting first with members who have yet to take the floor, and then I'll return to those asking the floor the second time. So it'll be New Zealand followed by Sudan. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone for these excellent interventions so far. Like others, we'd firstly like to open by thanking the FAO for its rapid and comprehensive response to the crisis right from the very beginning. From very early on, the FAO, alongside the WTO, usefully highlighted that the 2007 to 2008 food price crisis demonstrated that export restrictions should especially be avoided as they create volatility in regional and global markets. They penalise domestic producers and are ultimately self-defeating. COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on global food security and, amongst many other things, has demonstrated the importance of international trade. As the world recovers from the impacts of COVID-19, New Zealand will continue to be actively engaged in promoting open markets, trade facilitation, and the value of international trade agreements and standard-setting forums. New Zealand promotes a trade for all agenda because fair and open trade and the avoidance of harmful and distorting subsidies are central to delivering food and nutrition security for all global citizens, whoever and wherever they are. An open, inclusive, multilateral system is vital to collective action on sustainable development goals, such as eliminating hunger, responsible production and consumption, and addressing climate change. New Zealand believes that food security during the pandemic can be supported by building supply chain capacity to enable the redistribution of nutritious food to struggling communities. We also support an emphasis on transparency and information sharing across governments, including on markets, policies, and on possible future actions. Cooperative solutions can help avoid policy mistakes that could make a very challenging situation worse. And we welcome FAO's very active role in supporting this information sharing and providing best available data and advice. Like others who have already spoken, we recognise that food systems are essential to the livelihoods of people working on more than 570 million farms worldwide. Food systems are an especially important source of livelihoods in developing countries and other countries, and policies to address livelihood impacts along the food value chain should help farmers and businesses to respond flexibly to changing market conditions. While COVID-19 presents serious risks to food systems, efforts to invest in their future resilience should not only take account of the wide range of challenges faced by the sector, but also the need to invest in making the sector more sustainable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, New Zealand. Sudan, followed by Venezuela. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you for this opportunity to take the floor. COVID-19 pandemic has had negative impacts on all countries, and we all need to work to alleviate the burden and the suffering of communities suffering from floods, high prices of food commodities, lack of access to food. The economic situation we face in Sudan due to many circumstances were expected. However, COVID-19 has aggravated this situation and made it even worse. Sudan depends on food imports to cover for the lack of availability of certain commodities. Therefore, we need to work together to promote animal and plant production to end poverty and hunger We thank FAO for its leading role and for its support to my country in this crisis. Hello? COVID-19 has affected food security and food availability due to the closures and the lockdowns. This has led to the increase in cost along the food chain. People were unable to obtain food at an affordable price. Most of the population work as daily workers and depend on them for their livelihoods. The pandemic has affected their resources and their ability to obtain food, and we started to witness food insecure populations and problems with the children, problems of undernourishment. The agriculture sector also faced a major impediment as the inputs were not available and the assistance to farmers was hampered, and this may last until the end of the pandemic. The crisis also affected the situation of food security as a whole in terms of availability and diversity. The poor, the daily workers, the small farmers were the most affected. In view of the increasing prices, this problem is aggravated and affects the incomes of all people. We stress the importance of early warning systems regarding COVID-19 and other problems and pandemics. You are all were aware of the floods, unprecedented floods, which we suffered from in Sudan. This will make the situation even worse for the populations who suffer from COVID-19. And this will affect the availability of inputs and the support provided to the farming sector. We need to support all the population suffering from the floods and the different population which is suffering from food insecurity. We also need to work to build the capacity and to build resilience of these people and of the sector as a whole. We thank FAO for helping the member countries in surmounting these challenges, and we believe that FAO should provide more assistance to the countries mostly affected by COVID-19 and their food systems, as we all need to achieve the SDGs, and we all need to learn the lessons from the impact of this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudan. Venezuela, followed by Argentina. Venezuela, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. La República Bolivariana de Venezuela.
The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela aligns itself with the statement delivered by Argentina on behalf of G77 in China, as well as the statement by Cuba. We welcome the close cooperation of FAO with the teams of the other United Nations organizations in countries and other bodies in addressing the COVID-19 challenge, and also the programmatic efforts that are being made to ensure that the supply chains continue to work to save lives, to save livelihoods, to guarantee food security and nutrition for all. Also through the hand-in-hand initiative approach. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the priorities of humanity as a whole and aggravated the inequalities that the world was already suffering from. Unfortunately, some of the measures taken in the contingencies have increased the gap, economic and social, that existed already in countries. That is why the international community as a whole must provide a global and coordinated response that will make it possible to support the nations in need, to create the conditions that will ensure stronger economies and more inclusive societies. And finally, we would like to remind you that unilateral measures that are taken, that we are victims along with other countries, hamper the response of the Venezuelan society to COVID-19 and prevent economic and social development in a free and sovereign way. With these comments, we would like to support the document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Venezuela. I'll turn it to Argentina. I see Sudan has raised its hand again. Maybe while Argentina speaks, Sudan could confirm or not whether they want the floor a second time. In the meantime, Argentina, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chair. Argentina would like to once again highlight the importance of FAO's work in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, especially when it comes to analyzing and responding to specific threats when it comes to food security, international food trade, and livestock. We are concerned by the effects of COVID-19 on hunger, poverty, and malnutrition. We need analysis on these impacts. It's important to look at the measures adopted to respond to COVID-19. These need to be in line with national capacities, and we need to ensure that no one is left behind. In this connection, we are continuing to raise this issue. There are measures that can be taken, including innovation, investment. Innovation allows to optimize the use of natural resources, and it increases production and improves the nutritional value of foods. There are also innovative approaches. They are key to sustainably increasing production. This pandemic has also shed light on the importance of ensuring access to food. Argentina has made huge efforts to ensure supply is maintained, also at the same time taking care of the health of the workers in the food sector. These measures are very important to ensure that this health crisis doesn't turn into a food crisis. There's also the very important role of international trade. This pandemic has shown that markets cannot continue to function, food markets, without international trade continuing. And so we agree with the importance of promoting the necessary measures to promote international trade and to reduce the impact of the pandemic on international trade. It's very important in order to make sure that the logistics of our systems continue to function well. We also need measures that are in line with WHO measures as well. It's also very important to look at the post-pandemic recovery in agriculture, which is central for food security. We've seen that agriculture has been strengthened recently thanks to measures that have been taken. And this will be raised as well in the upcoming ministerial conference of the WHO. We also need to ensure that access to food is maintained. This is very important for global food security. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. We're coming near to the end of the list. I do just want to remind colleagues that of the intent of aiming towards 3-minute interventions. So we're quite behind schedule now. So I would encourage colleagues to aim to be precise and to the point in their interventions. I have Sudan for a second time. So Sudan, the floor is yours. And while we're waiting for that, I will.
التحية للجميع والتهنئة للرئيسة وأشكرها على.
Greetings, everyone. Congratulations, Chair, on the wonderful work you have been doing. Based on what my colleagues have said in relation to the situation in Sudan, the interpreter apologizes. The audio has been cut with the delegate from Sudan. It is not possible to follow what the delegate from Sudan is saying due to connection problems.
Difficulty hearing you.
الحجرية فرغم الإغلاق التام ولكن كل المنافذ سواء كانت جوية أو بحرية الحرص الشديد على الصادرات حركتها حتى ما سامعني فكنا حريصين على سلاسة الصادرات والواردات كنا نعمل جاهزين.
We'd like to highlight the importance of maintaining import and export flows.
Sudan, I'm afraid we've lost audio, I guess. Maybe while that's resolved, I'll turn the floor to our observers who've been waiting patiently. So I will turn the floor to Singapore. Singapore, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Singapore would like to join our colleagues in expressing our appreciation to FAO for its contribution to the global UN response to COVID-19. FAO has shown its leadership by performing rapid assessments of the impact of COVID-19 and the challenges to food security and food systems, as well as its policy brief on this issue. Indeed, over the past few months, we have witnessed the widespread social and economic consequences of the pandemic. It has affected entire food systems, from global food production to supply chains, including the movement of food across countries. This will have an impact on food access. We thus need to ensure that trade lines remain open to facilitate the flow of agricultural and food products, and that our air and sea ports remain open to support the viability and integrity of supply chains. As we cope with the COVID-19 pandemic, we must work together to find ways to transit to a sustainable new normal. It is imperative to build back better. We should continue to work towards resilient and sustainable food systems to ensure access to food for all. In this regard, we reaffirm our commitment to work with FAO and fellow countries to collectively strengthen our food security and improve the resilience of our food systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Singapore. I'll turn the floor over to IPC Mexico. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Many thanks, Chair. I'm a farmer and I'm part of the IPC. Agroecology has proved to be resilient in face of the pandemic. One of the main reasons is because it's linked to sustainable food systems using family farming, using native seeds, using inputs based on traditional practices, and also thanks to the social networks that exist, the social safety nets that exist in local areas. We've seen lots of mechanisms for solidarity at the local level in communities. We also need to recognize that there is isolation at the moment due to the pandemic. This leads to problems when it comes to the labor force in agriculture. And so this leads to more time for production, but it also increases the burden of work, especially on women in this part of the economy. And this leads to more work being done by women in addition to the already large amount of work that was done by women in the past. There is also the need for public policies that ensure effective investment in family farming and there's also the lack of certain products at the local level, which leads to increased prices and the exclusion of a large amount of the population to certain types of food. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the situation related to hunger in the world. I thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those observations. I've come to the end of my speakers list, I believe. Yes. Members having all spoken, I will now pass the floor to the Secretariat for a reply. I will turn the floor to Maximo Torrero, FAO's Chief Economist, or any other Secretariat he wishes to designate. Maximo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. A pleasure to be here. And thank you very much to all for all your comments and excellent feedback. Let me just try to summarize, because I think we have very few minutes. So let me just try to summarize how we are looking at this. So the FAO, the way FAO is operating is based on the following pillars: data, big data, trying to be able to bring real-time data, innovation, technology, and governance. We need to have all of those operating together with our partnerships to be able to respond at the velocity we need to respond. And within this, our major role has been, since the beginning of the COVID-19 problem, is on having the tools of surveillance that will allow us to identify what is happening with prices, how prices are changing. We were able to bring real-time prices by commodities at the level of the country, what is happening with the harvest and the production, what is happening with the stocks. And that's an asset that we have by hosting AMIS, the Agricultural Market Information System, that was able to come up very quickly and calm markets in this respect. The new addition that we did to these tools of surveillance is the logistical part. And we were able to bring information on logistics. And today we are ringing the alert in terms of vessel switches or vessel changes in ports. And we have been issuing, the Director General issued a joint statement on this topic, on the importance of resolving the countries that still don't allow vessels to change, because this has arrived to a limit of the time they can stay in the sea. And then we are also looking at the specific issues that are moving on the political economy. For example, we have seen that there is some potential significant level of reserves today, but there could be some potential replenishments of reserves by big importing countries, which could affect and which could be making prices to increase. We have been seeing in the last days certain prices to increase, like the price of soybeans, for example. And that's also related to the new pressure on pork imports because of the reduction of the reserves of pork in China, which is a very big importing country. So again, our surveillance capacity has to be there and has to be systematized. And where we are looking in the future is on how to make this capacity accessible immediately across countries. And that's why we are starting to develop what we called our own situation room, where we are going to bring all these elements that we have in surveillance into one place and trying then to work with artificial intelligence to be able to get early warning mechanisms with predictive power. which today we don't have. Today we inform what happens, but we don't have significant predictive power in most of our instruments. So that's something that we're trying to improve. Now, parallel to that is our day-to-day significant work that we do in every of the topics. As a result of COVID-19, we accelerate country assessments. We have done significant number of country assessments by our regional offices, but we are also doing country assessments through our FIRST program, and this is helping enormously the emergency response capacity that we have in our emergency group. We're looking at employment. We came up with important numbers of how many people were affected in the food system. 35% of the jobs created in the food system had been affected. 450 million jobs and around 1 billion livelihoods, which we need to be careful at it because it also brings gender inequalities in the sense that most of the jobs affected are not on the production side, but are on the processing side, where the female labor force is more important than the male labor force. So that is bringing the gender importance into the topic, which I think Canada also raised and which we think is very important. Inequality is another topic that was mentioned by several countries. I think Argentina also mentioned it, which we believe is important to look at. It's a very difficult topic to look at. It's a topic that we are starting to look very seriously through our division of poverty, as well as protection, social protection programs, but innovations, trying to bring innovations across social protection programs. Now, we also brought immediately the SOFI, which this year was looking at access to healthy diets, and many of you have talked about the quality of diets, and we are really concerned about this. We are exploring the ways in which we can maintain this cost of healthy diets data live over time. We are looking at possibilities of doing that because we believe it will be crucial, especially in the period of COVID-19, where for sure people will switch to cheaper diets, and therefore that could have effects over overweight and obesity. On sustainability, the next SOFA, which will be launched in November, will be on water, which is looking at water resources as a crucial resource to assure sustainability. And of course, we are having a huge emphasis on food loss and waste. We launched the platform, relaunched the platform of food loss and waste. And we also are doing huge activities because of the Food Loss and Waste Day, which we believe is one of the topics that crosses across the food system. And SOCO, which was launched last week, especially looks at trade. And it has emphasis on COVID-19 and the importance of trade and global value chains. So again, we try to bring our flagships towards resolving the problems that we are observing, as well as the hand-in-hand initiative, which immediately start to turn into importance of COVID-19 and how we can bring the geospatial platform of data we have and the big data platform in place to be able to support that so that we have the information there. Also, the digital platform of food, the international platform for digital food and agriculture that we are going to discuss on Thursday is crucial for us because it's a way to bring best practices across countries and trying to reduce this digital divide, which is essential right now as COVID-19. So that's a very important topic for us that we need to move very, very fast. Now, our new work in COVID-19 recovery plan and the program that we are developing and we have started has 7 areas where we call 6+1. The first one is on global humanitarian response plan as a result of COVID-19, which address the impacts of COVID-19 and safeguarding livelihoods in food crisis context. The second one is data for decision making. As I mentioned, we are putting a huge emphasis in bringing real-time data and bringing quality data. We are developing several tools to increase our capacity to predict problems. The economic inclusion and social protection to reduce poverty, how we can innovate in social protection to be able to resolve the problems that we're going to face. Trade and food safety standards. We look at trade not only as tariffs, which is of course work done by WTO, but we also look at trade as reducing the inefficiencies in the value chain so that it becomes more competitive, but also looking at food safety standards. And we have been working intensively on that topic because we believe is one of the major reasons behind the non-tariff barriers. We're also looking at boosting smallholder resilience to recovery, and that's central because that's part of the inequality that was mentioned before. Smallholders need to be included in the value chains, in the modern value chains, and significant work needs to be done so they can be more resilient. And preventing the next zoonosis pandemic through the One Health approach to try to minimize and prevent a potential next zoonotic pandemic. And finally, the food system transformation, which of course varies countries by country. The needs will be different. The transformation or the changes needed will be different by country, but the framework should be similar. And that's what we need to do and see where the major intensities have to be touched to be able to resolve those problems. So that's how FAO is looking at this. That's how FAO is thinking about responding quickly and finding ways in which we can increase resilience of agri-food systems, which is central. In the future, we are expecting a future that will be more dynamic, a future that will be more shocked by surprises. and we have to be ready to be able to respond to that. So with that, Chair, thank you for the time. I finish and just wanted to summarize the approach that we're following in this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maximo. At this point, the discussion component of the agenda is over unless anyone is asking for the floor, and they are not. So I will take a 1 to 2 minute pause as we just finalize a draft chair's summary to put up on the screen for everyone to see. So stand by 1 to 2 minutes. All right, just a few last minute changes being made, and then it will be up on the screen. Apologies, we are having technical difficulties with the screen sharing. Excellent, we're up and running. Okay, here is the proposed draft summary, which I will read through. I will read it through all together rather than paragraph by paragraph. And then we'll see how the discussion goes. We may have to do it paragraph by paragraph. So item 2.5, update on COVID-19 and its impact on food security and nutrition and food systems. The committee appreciated the work of FAO to provide timely data and information, policy analysis, and evidence-based recommendations to address the impacts of the COVID-19 crisis on food security and nutrition. The committee welcomed the collaborative efforts to protect lives and livelihoods and to maintain the functioning of food value chains and open markets at the global, regional, national, and local levels, to promote a One Health approach to enhance food. You'll have to scroll. To enhance food safety and to facilitate international policy dialogue and cooperation at the regional and global levels to provide a coordinated response to the food security, nutrition, and socioeconomic impacts of the crisis. The committee recognized the importance of not losing sight of the 2030 agenda and its commitment to ending hunger and poverty, and to this end requested FAO to enhance work with partners, including UN country teams, to provide its expertise, data analysis, and technical support to countries, to strengthen capacities for implementation of policy advice, and to guide and accelerate investment and innovation in order to help countries build back better, to construct more efficient, sustainable, and resilient food systems. The committee expressed particular concern for the lives, livelihoods, and nutritional status of those who are least able to cope with the impacts of the COVID-19 crisis, and requested FAO to assess the specific impacts on women, youth, the elderly, and those exposed to conflict and protracted crisis, and to recommend measures to ensure that no countries and no persons are left behind. The committee requested FAO to promote increased information sharing on country experiences in containing the COVID-19 and its various health, economic, and social impacts, noting the importance of identifying and assessing the diverse measures that have been taken and the factors influencing their success. So maybe we'll go back up to the first paragraph, and I will open the floor for any comments on that paragraph number 1. Get myself up to. I see, unless I'm missing something, I don't see any comments. So that's a good start. Paragraph number 2. Are there any comments here? Oh, I see Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and my apologies. I would like to go back to paragraph 1, if I may, and I'd like to propose a small addition to pick up on the fact that we did quite clearly raise the importance of tripartite relationships in moving forward with the COVID response. So to address this, I'd like to propose after the word, sorry, I'm getting lost again here. After the words on the third last line where it says, and to facilitate international policy dialogue and cooperation at the regional and global levels, comma, in particular with the OIE and WHO and other organisations such as UNEP. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Just check for any additional comments. Argentina, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the fact that this paragraph refers to the need to keep markets open at all levels, but we think that throughout the debate there was special emphasis on international trade, and therefore we think that it would deserve a paragraph on its own, perhaps between paragraphs 1 and 2, and drafted according to paragraph 5 of the document, as mentioned also by Chile. If you give us time, we could think of some drafting while you continue to move forward with the rest of the paragraphs, if you think that's the right way to do things. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that sounds like a good approach. So we will move on to paragraph 2, or I beg your pardon, I see others have their hands up. So Germany, you have the floor.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor. First of all, I'd like to, or the EU would like to support Australia with its amendment in para 1. It covers exactly what also we wanted to suggest, so strong support for this amendment there. And then in para 2, I'm just trying to find the right spot, but in para 2, in the 4th or 5th line, when we speak about investment, I think we could include investment, comma, in particular in AMIS, Agricultural Market Information System. But if we put AMIS, I think everyone knows what is being meant. Investment in particular in AMIS. Again, maybe language-wise, we have to find the right spot, but it fits very well to investment. And maybe this for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I give the floor to Senegal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to propose an addition in the last line of this paragraph, after socioeconomic impacts, in particular in developing countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. I give the floor to Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do not object to the text proposed, which says in particular with IOE and WHO to the end. But we possibly wanted to invite the proposer of this text to reflect on whether or not this does not narrow the focus we wanted on the international organizations. If I have listened to the debate today properly, I have had a lot of reference to keeping markets open, international trade. And for me, if we were to maintain this cross-referencing, then the World Trade Organization would come into this listing. So we could consider whether we keep it open or the listing reflects the debate I've had today that had a lot of focus on keeping markets open, trade open. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you for that reflection. I I would suggest maybe if we wait until the end when Argentina may be back with a proposal for an additional paragraph on trade, we can see how that works together and perhaps come back to this point once we've discussed that, because it's possible that change might address this. I give the floor to Sudan.
Assalamu alaikum.
In paragraph number 2, I would like to add, after capacity for implementation and implementation of policy,
of these policies. So after policy advice and guide to accelerate investment, I suggest to add with a strong established M&E system to follow up the implementation.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Sudan? Have we lost Sudan?
Assalamu alaikum. أرجو إضافة
I would like to add
advice and to guide and accelerate investment. أرجو إضافة with a well-established M&E system to follow up the implementation of the policies. Thank you.
Okay, I guess the Secretariat caught that, so if that reflects Sudan's comments. I will give the floor to Costa Rica. Costa Rica?
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to, a little bit in line with what my colleague from Senegal said, but instead of saying developing countries, I would like to say it in particular in low and middle income countries. I think that would be more precise to what we want. Maybe if everything is in accordance with that, we could leave it like in particular in low and middle income countries. Thank you very much.
I give the floor to Germany.
Okay, thank you again for giving me the floor. I just would like to suggest one small amendment in para 2, the second line, when it reads commitment to ending hunger and poverty, comma, notably tackling its root causes to build resilient and sustainable food systems. So I reread this, notably tackling its root causes to build resilient and sustainable food systems. And then the sentence can continue like it stands. Thank you very much. Over.
Thank you, Germany. I see no other requests for the floor. Oh, I give the floor to Argentina.
Gracias, Presidenta. Tengo una observación.
Thank you, Chairman. I have an observation on paragraph 2 and also the proposal for paragraph 1 bis. If you would like me to make it now, it would be 2 sentences. So I'll read it out in English. That will make it easier for those who are putting it on the screen.
The need to ensure access to food and highlighted the relevance of international trade in the context of an open, non-discriminatory, and fair multilateral trade system. Esa sería la propuesta.
That would be our proposal to capture the references to international trade. And regarding paragraph 2, here we would like to emphasize the need to maintain the reference to sustainable food systems, to emphasize that, and therefore the last proposal for an addition would be to eliminate the word resilient, so cancel resilient, and maintain to build sustainable food systems. So that is the end of the second sentence of paragraph 2, and that is the agreed on language. That's exactly it, yes. And in the last sentence, we would repeat the same comment. There. Help countries build back better to support sustainable food systems. Instead of more efficient and sustainable, just have sustainables. And once again, that is the agreed on language in the Sustainable Development 2030 Agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I give the floor to Kenya.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. Now, on paragraph 2, a small proposal. When on the third line, and to this end requested for to enhance work with partners, including UN country teams. At this point, Chair, we feel the host governments also, I mean, they also really, like in Kenya, there was a lot of work that was done by the government. So host governments as an addition. Okay, thank you.
I give the floor to Chile.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In paragraph 1, at the end of the paragraph, we read, in particular, in developing countries and economies in transition. So that would be our suggestion, developing countries and economies in transition. That was the language that was used in the G77 statement, and we would like to maintain that language. And we would also like to support the suggestion for paragraph 1 bis made by Argentina. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Chair. At the end of paragraph 2, I guess that's the paragraph that Argentina has, I guess, one At the end of, I guess it's paragraph 1, after multilateral trade systems, the language added by Argentina, the U.S. would like to add COVID-19 is a respiratory illness. Correct, after systems. COVID-19 is a respiratory illness primarily understood to occur person to person, period. There is currently no evidence of food or food packaging being associated with the transmission of COVID-19. Over.
Thank you, US. I will give the floor now to Canada.
Oui, bonjour. Le Canada accueille favorable.
Canada welcomes the addition made by Argentina on international trade.
Make an addition to the paragraph at the end of the first sentence after the word system. Please add supported by science-based regulations. I also note in the chat box a suggestion made by the Netherlands that Canada would support of adding the words rules-based, perhaps after the word open in that same sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I give the floor to Germany.
Okay, thank you very much. What has been added now by Canada actually was a point that we wanted to make as well and refer to the chat and what has been raised by the Netherlands, and also they're supported by Guinea. So we're very happy with that amendment on rules-based trade system. I think that it's also a good positioning of it. And in addition to that, so a lot of support for the rules-based reference there. And in addition to that, I'd still like to let you know that in para 2, the word resilient, which has been put into brackets, just to point it out again, is for the EU nevertheless important. So
Okay, thank you, Germany. So it's in square brackets, so it's I guess still under discussion whether to keep it in or keep it out. So noted your preference to keep it in. I'll turn the floor to Sudan.
Thank you. In paragraph 1 bis, all regulations applied to international trade should apply to regional trade. We would like to add regional trade as well.
So I guess the relevance of international and regional trade?
Regional and international.
I guess that's where it would go.
Yeah, here.
Thank you, Sudan. Does that change address your comment? I believe so. I will give the floor to Argentina.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize for taking the floor once again. I would like to suggest a correction to the proposal that we made in Argentina. We used the word fair multilateral trade system, and the word that we're looking for, because is equitable. Now, is there a better way to say equitable in English rather than fair? Would it be better, or would fair correspond? We don't think that fair is the right word, so maybe equitable. Regarding the proposal made by Canada on this text, we firmly support the suggestion made. And as regards the addition of the word regional rather, in this paragraph, we believe that this concept is captured already in the first paragraph, so we don't really know if it should be applied here, because we're speaking of a trade system that is global. I don't know whether what we're saying here would apply to intra-regional trade. So we would prefer to maintain the reference here to international trade alone in the paragraph 1 bis. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have regional now in square brackets. I will turn the floor now to Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We wanted to go back to the text in the first paragraph, which says, in particular, those examples we think, while we welcome the new paragraph suggested by, have I forgotten the country? We want to make sure that the example we have here reflects the debate we have had today. So if we could have IOE, WTO, and WHO, we would be able to flow with that, because the reflection of trade, which is also motivating the next paragraph, I think should be reflected. If we cannot have WTO, then we would do with total deletion of the particular examples. In paragraph number, the numbering is changing, but the new text on trade stress the need for to ensure access to food in light of food, and highlighted the relevance of an international trade in the context of open, rules-based, predictable, and non-discriminatory. We would like to introduce the word predictable. No, leave the and, it's a comma. Thank you. Predictable and non-discriminatory. We would like to understand maybe the reasoning behind the addition that we have with the more or less an explanatory note on COVID-19 is a respiratory. This addition to this paragraph, while we do not dismiss it at the moment, we would be glad to understand its utility so that we are able to frame it in the context of this paragraph. At the moment, we are yet to understand how it connects to the new paragraph as suggested. That's our submission, Madam Chair. If that is clarified, we would be glad. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll just turn quickly to the United States as the proposer of that language for a quick explanation of the rationale behind it. The United States. too quick. We'll come back to that. I give the floor now to Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our proposal is the new paragraph, the 1B. And from the statement that was given by Uganda on behalf of Africa Regional Group, I think the meeting of 16th April that was organized by FAO really brought out the issue of regional trade as an important part of ensuring access to food. In addition to that, even with the lockdowns and the restriction of movements, the issue of even intra-regional and national trade. In this case, we support Sudan to have regional trade and add national and regional trade in para 1B. Because it's not just international trade, even within the country and even within the region. I think those ones really came out very clearly.
Okay, thank you for the comment. So that remains a point of discussion. I give the floor to Sudan. If Sudan is on mute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We support Germany's addition, resilient. We believe that this applies to systems and this will ensure sustainability of systems. We support Germany's proposal regarding keeping the word resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudan. I give the floor now to the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just following on the, just the one that spoke, I think it's Uganda, on paragraph 1 and also in the succeeding paragraph 2, I think it would be important to highlight resilience in the food systems. That's why I don't know if it's in the is it in second? Oh yeah, that's right. Perhaps one modification that can be introduced is building resilience and sustainability in food systems, instead of labeling it already resilient and sustainable, because I know that this is also a topic of discussion and debate among the members at this time, especially in the formulation of voluntary guidelines on food systems. That's why if building resilience and sustainability. Resilience, yeah, and sustainability in food systems. So this is more of describing an end objective in what we want the food systems to be in the face of COVID-19. Now, going back to the new paragraph, we support also the paragraph by Argentina and the new paragraph introduced by Argentina. And maybe just to help, because there's a question from them about whether it's fair or equitable, we would prefer using fair because that is the word that is used in the WTO Agreement on Agriculture. The agreement, the objective of the agreement is to have a fair and market-oriented agricultural trading system. That's why I think we could lift or borrow that language from the WTO Agreement on Agriculture. So it would be better to use fair. Finally, going back to paragraph 1, towards the end, just a repositioning I think the last words of the crisis should be retransferred to after impact, so that it would flow more smoothly. That's why to provide a coordinated response to the food security, nutrition, and social economic impact of the crisis. And then to be more inclusive also, perhaps instead of in particular, we use the word including low and middle income countries. And we put away we're flexible on developing countries, but it could read impact of the crisis, including in low and middle income countries and economies in transition, period. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. I will give the floor now to Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Germany, Sudan, and Philippines with regards to Para 2. Philippines has improved it from the red point, which is notably tracking its root causes to building resilience and sustainability in food systems. However, I still believe that we may need to define the difference between resilience and sustainability. To my mind, it seems that we're probably talking about the same thing. But I think people who are more English than I am may help us. It also has the connotation of agreed language in the UN system. So please, we need people to help us decipher this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria. I must admit I'm not entirely sure within the UN system whether there's a definition of resilience. Certainly sustainable is well defined. I will turn the floor now to the United States.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Uganda for your question. This relates to some actions that were taken by some countries to restrict the food imports due to a supposed virus on the shipments. FAO, along with WHO, have issued a joint statement reflecting exactly what the US text has introduced. Whether it stays in that paragraph or another paragraph it's okay to move it, but we think it needs to be there to protect countries against shipments being turned down for reasons of COVID. We would also agree with the Philippines on using the word fair rather than equitable. We think fair is the appropriate word. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you. I will turn the floor now to the Russian Federation.
Спасибо, госпожа.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to comment on the first point. Namely, we want to request to remove the reference to UNEP, and we'd like to modify that sentence somewhat. I'll say it in English.
And other relevant organization. Нам кажется, так будет.
We think that will be more correct, so that we're not referencing only UNEP. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that suggestion. Very precise. I turn the floor now to Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also have some commentaries on paragraph 1b as proposed by Argentina. We do understand the concern of our colleagues on the relevance of national and regional food supply chains, but what we consider that this paragraph is much more centered on the multilateral trade system. Maybe the drafting committee could find another place to also include the relevance of national and regional alongside with other systems. But in that paragraph particularly, I believe the emphasis is on a multilateral trade system. We also agree with the suggestion made by the Philippines of using the language of the WTO agreements in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I'll give the floor, and I would note in the very first paragraph, I do believe there is something that refers to local, yes, global, regional, national markets and value chains at the global, regional, national, and local levels. So perhaps that's already been addressed. I will give the floor now to Germany.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So just one comment in regard to the para 1 bis. And here we'd like to point out that the language that we use here should be as close as possible to G20 agreed language, and therefore probably the supplement on supported by science-based regulations is a little bit worrisome for the EU. So somewhere, I don't exactly, because I'm too far away from the screen, so sorry for that, but somewhere in that para, we make reference now to supported by science-based regulations. And that is, depending on our understanding, not exactly covered by G20 agreed language. So probably something that we should consider or reconsider. Thank you.
Okay, so if I've understood correctly, it's a proposal to delete the reference to science-based regulations. So that's now in square brackets. I will give the floor to Sudan.
السودان هل بإمكانك أن تضيء الميكرو؟ The part that was added by the United States concerning COVID-19 as a respiratory illness, it is true that it is a respiratory illness, and it is not communicable through trade and the trade of food. And this is why trade in food must continue. Both imports and exports must continue so as not to be faced by a situation in which we suffer of lack of food. This is what I wish to point out.
Thank you, Sudan. So support for the addition. Turn the floor to the Russian Federation.
Madam Chair, perhaps you misunderstood slightly about the wording in the first paragraph. We wished to delete. So organizations such as UNEP, we wished to delete that and instead have relevant organizations. So relevant was added. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Russian Federation. And now I give the floor to Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We agree with maintaining the word fair because that's consistent with the usage in WTO. We share the concern by EU for inclusion of science-based regulations, and we think we could give comfort to the member who proposed this language of science-based regulations, that the earlier construction of rules-based effectively covers for this, because the rules-based already covers the rules you want, including science in the general agreement for agriculture in WTO. So if we have rules-based, I think this further construction here would be covered in that. Maybe the member who proposed this could find comfort that rules-based already covers this. Madam Chair, we noted the concern by the proponents of 1B not to include national and regional. In the event that the proponents of this continue to be uncomfortable with the use of the word national and regional, we would propose that immediately at the end of that paragraph, that sentence, we add that the committee further emphasized the role and relevancy of national and regional trade in access to food. Madam Chair, we think that this language could give us a landing zone in case members continue to be uncomfortable with the inclusion of national and regional in the first sentence. And we would propose with a lot of flexibility that the addition to explain the transmission of illness is appropriate, but we could find a separate paragraph to include it. I have a feeling that here it may be seen to carry a connotation of either diluting the importance of trade here instead of supporting it. And I can understand this is not the intention of the proponents of this language. But you see, we put out text, but it has to be, it will be read by different people. So my thinking is if we could find another paragraph to accommodate this language, I think we would have done a good job. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I believe we just missed the last part of your suggested additional language. The sentence seems to be missing the final bit. So the relevancy of national and regional trade and access to, I think there's a word or two missing there.
To food. The committee further emphasized the role and relevance of national and regional trade in access to food.
Food. Thank you. Okay, and then as if I understood correctly, the suggestion is to then start a new paragraph 1 tris with COVID-19 is a respiratory illness. So just turn that into 1 tris. Thank you. I now turn the floor to Switzerland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start the video as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard just to the proposal made by Uganda, I think it indeed helps to clarify the paragraph. So we would be in favor to separating the international trade from the national and regional one, and then in that sentence, just given to us by Uganda, we should also include the relevancy of local, national and regional trade, because the COVID-19 crisis showed how important the local trade is. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Switzerland. I turn the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With reference with what was mentioned by Germany on the grid language by the G20, and I believe also by the representative from Uganda, on the text in 1 bis regarding supported by science-based regulations. We do believe that this does not contradict the language in G20. Furthermore, we're referring to the multilateral trade system, which is or should be based on science-based regulations. And we would insist on keeping this part in the paragraph. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brazil. And I give the floor now to Chile.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to support keeping the text supported by science-based regulations. We feel that's fundamental for the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. I turn the floor over to Germany.
All right, thank you very much again. So just to come back to the science evidence-based trade in para 1 bis, maybe we can also find a solution by writing that instead of the science-based, that we make a reference to consistent with WTO rules, because as we heard in our discussion before, when we talk about a rules-based trade system, then this should definitely include a reference to science-based. So maybe if we instead rely on consistent with WTO rules, this could help us. And in addition, I'd like to thank Switzerland and also Uganda in making the reference to local, regional, and national trade, and that is appreciated by the EU and also supported. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Germany. I'm going to give the floor to Argentina, then Brazil. Then I'd like to sort of take a stab at running through the paragraphs and tidying them up and getting us to move on, because I think it's taking a little too much time. So Argentina, the floor is yours.
Gracias, Presidenta. Thank you, Madam Chair. We welcome the proposal to separate the issue of international trade from aspects of national and regional trade. I think that resolves the situation. Regarding including local, perhaps it would be good. I don't think it's constructive, but the reason that we're not convinced on including this word is that if we're talking about in the previous sentence of multilateral trade rules, we need to emphasize and incorporate the role of local trade, we need to ensure that this doesn't contradict the principles of the WTO, including in the area of non-discrimination. There's the idea of national treatment and so forth. So if we include the idea of local trade in a certain way, or perhaps this could be implied, that's why we think there might be a simpler way to formulate it. The idea is to foster national trade, and that is not against WTO rules. That is why we prefer not to refer to local trade, and if we do so, let us mention specifically in accordance with the principle of national treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Yes, and I suppose there's even a question of terminology there in terms of what trade refers to. I will give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you very much, Madam Person. I'm somehow amazed for this discussion we are having here, which does not reflect was part of most of the comments for the official discussion before. So we are doing an extra job and part of the work of the committee for our colleagues who is going to meet later on. So I'm also amazed to hear some countries denying the importance of
evidence based on science, which is somehow a principle agreed by everyone. So I can understand what's behind of that, but really it's hard to go on with this kind of discussion here, which is not part of this agenda item. And also, I like to remind that G20, it's a very important forum, but it's not part of the multilateral system. Thank you very much.
There we go. Thank you, Brazil. Okay, so having had a lot of conversation on this, let's go to the top and see if we can't get some of this at least sorted out. So paragraph 1. So the suggestion was to include WTO here. I think I don't recall hearing any objection to that, although I'm hesitating because I think perhaps there was one. But let's try removing the square brackets there, and we'll see what the response is. And I would remove the square brackets from other relevant organizations. And then, as suggested, delete UNEP. This would be my suggestion based on listening to the conversation. I didn't hear any concerns about UNEP's inclusion or not. So this is just my proposal. So I will open the floor again. And then the next, impact of the crisis, including in particular in, there didn't seem to be a lot of debate there. So we could try including in as, in my view, at least perhaps a more neutral term, but again, I will open the floor for comments. In low and middle income countries and economies in transition, and then it was just a question of developing country. And I believe we've used recently this low and middle income countries in some of our reporting. So I will suggest that for now, but these again are just my proposals. I will open the floor if there are those who feel developing country is the better term. Then 1 bis, relevance of national. So I think what had emerged there is an agreement to delete at this point the national and regional. So the relevance of international trade. Rules-based, I didn't hear any objection to predictable, so let's leave that in. And non-discriminatory, we seem to have arrived at fair as the appropriate term, so go ahead and delete equitable. Multilateral trade system. This one I think is still under discussion, so let's leave that for now. The next sentence, let's remove this square brackets here because that was the agreement on there. The relevancy of local, national, and regional trade, there was still some debate about the appropriateness of local in a paragraph that was referring to WTO rules. There was a counter proposal about starting to get into talking about national treatment and WTO principles that might be more relevant if we're getting into local trade. My suggestion to the committee is if members are flexible, we do have a reference to local above in the paragraph on food systems and markets. My suggestion would be to delete local here. In the interest of simplicity and a simpler conversation here, we have the reference above, and then we don't have to get into parsing out rules, wording based on WTO principles. But again, I will be reopening the floor after this. And there were no comments on one tris. Maybe maybe that's enough for now. I will reopen the floor now for views. If I can just, sorry, now I've lost my participants list. I think I saw Uganda, so I will give the floor to Uganda to react to my quick surgery on these paragraphs. Uganda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate your surgery. I share the concern of the member who feels passionately about science-based, and I think in the examples we can, because we didn't have any problem with inclusion of science-based, we thought it was covered. So if it's not covered, we think in the examples where we have excuse me, open rules-based. In these examples, we could find a place for science-based. I don't know whether the word regulation would be included, but we can find a way of including science-based in that line of examples so that we could still do away with the brackets we have here, and the members who have promoted the language of science-based will be covered. And Uganda is open. Who wouldn't want the rules to be science-based? Over to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So the suggestion was to have a reference to science-based. I'm sorry, was it in that paragraph or that same paragraph 1 bis?
Yes, it's 1 bis, and we think the idea of science-based, where we, in the context of open, comma, rules-based, until the end, where we have these examples, we find
okay, and to add in
science-based.
science-based there. So let's try that in square brackets, science-based. Comma. And then with that proposal, you would delete supported by science-based regulations, but we would keep consistent with WTO rules. I'll open the floor here for reactions from others, whether that's an acceptable solution to this debate. I see no, oh, Germany, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you again, Madam Chair. I just wanted to really quickly support what has been put up on the screen right now. So this compromise version that was suggested is fine with us, just to maybe shorten the discussion a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Germany, and thank you, Uganda. So, well, people are still considering their hands. Let's go ahead and remove the square brackets around science-based. Well, delete that part, that whole supported by science-based regulations. Delete the square bracket here and at the beginning, and we go. And then up above here, this science-based, we can remove the square brackets there. And I still see no hands, so I am taking that as agreement from the committee. Let us move on. Okay, paragraph 2. Paragraph 2. So we had stuff, we still had some square brackets here. So I am going to just wield my scalpel again. And I am going to suggest that this compromise proposed is maybe something we can look at. So notably tackling its root causes, and I guess it should be by building resiliency. So if we delete the to build, go by building resilience and sustainability in, and then delete that resilient and sustainable. So no, keep the sustainable. Oh, sorry, no, you were right. Resilience and sustainability in food systems. So I will open the floor. And to this end, requested FAO, and I think that was it. Oh, and we have one more square bracket, to construct more efficient, sustainable, and resilient food systems. So I guess that's the same issue. While I'm thinking about that, I will open the floor to France. France, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I actually wanted to speak on point 1. So if we could return to paragraph 1. If we could have it on the screen. Perfect, thank you. Now, when we talk about One Health, it seems to me that this is a tripartite initiative of the FAO, the WHO, and the OIE. So we would therefore like in the addition which was made, in particular with the OIE and WHO and other relevant organizations such as UNEP and WTO.
So no, I think, thank
And
you.
other relevant organizations such as WTO and UNEP, or UNEP and WTO. Pour nous, ça n'est pas concevable d'avoir.
For us, it's not conceivable to have OIF precede WHO when we're talking about the One Health initiative. We leave WHO there, please, and we put the WTO within square brackets, please. Right. And another point, under 1 bis, in point 1 bis, when reference is made to science-based, we like to add science and evidence-based, please.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the floor is open for any reactions to those proposals. Seeing none, I guess go ahead and delete that and delete the square brackets on such as UNEP and WTO. And also you can delete the square brackets on science and evidence based down in the 1 bis. All right. I am not seeing any requests for the floor. So we will go back to paragraph 2. More efficient, sustainable. I see Indonesia has asked for the floor. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. Is paragraph 1.3 still on the table? Because I don't see you discuss it. I just need to clarify.
Yeah, when Tris is there, at this point, no one has objected to it, but of course.
Okay. Can I add something to make it more relevant with our debate?
Certainly.
So on 1.3 before COVID-19, the committee acknowledged that and yeah, we are agreeing with that after COVID-19. After COVID-19, on the last part of the paragraph, we would like to add those, comma, a sentence after that. Those, the committee encouraged FAO to work together with international and regional organizations in the efforts to improve food security, comma, agri-food production, comma, processing and distribution during the pandemic. Thank you and over.
Thank you for that suggestion. I give the floor now to the Russian Federation.
Спасибо, госпожа председатель.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In the first paragraph, we would like to correct a little bit the proposal made by France, and we'd like to add UNPD on new habitat and WTO. So we would add UN habitat after WTO. UN habitat, but after WTO.
Не, только в одном месте, да. Угу.
Obviously, only in one place, obviously. Thank you.
That seems relatively uncontroversial, so I think I'm going to go ahead and just suggest we take the square brackets off of that right now and head on back down to wherever we were, paragraph 2. Okay, I guess, oh, Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the proposal made by Indonesia, we believe that this is a very good idea. And with regard to the distribution, especially during the pandemic, we would say, because this should not be confined to the time of the pandemic, but it should cover the time afterwards too. So if we write distribution, particularly or especially during the pandemic, we might be able to solve that issue. In relation to paragraph 2, I don't know whether we're there yet. Are we there, Madam Chair? Paragraph 2?
We are in paragraph 2.
Okay. All right. I'd like to go back to refer to the question of using resilience or sustainability. First of all, because the beginning of paragraph 2 recognizes Agenda 2030, and in the 2030 agenda, the term used under SDG, and actually target 2.4, is to ensure the sustainability of food systems. So sustainable food systems is what we need to use, because it was a term that was agreed upon, and so it includes the 3 pillars or dimensions of sustainability. Instead, resilience, as far as we're concerned, is unclear, because we don't know whether it might favor the component of climate change, for example, one of the 3 pillars. So according to 2030 agenda, food systems need to be sustainable, and throughout the 2030 agenda, references made to sustainability and to the application of resilient agricultural practices, but not resilient systems. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can just clarify, does that mean you are not comfortable with the reference to resilience in the first sentence, tackling its root causes by building resilience, that change in wording did not address your concerns? Or is it only in the last paragraph where we're still talking about? If you could just clarify from a text perspective what changes you would want here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin with the last line. We would prefer that only mention be made of sustainable food systems. Forget about more efficient and forget about resilient. For us, only sustainable food systems. And in the third line, if I'm not wrong, it was a colleague from the Philippines who suggested this, and we would prefer to make reference to sustainability. But if there is a general consensus with regard to resilience, we're not going to object. But at that point, we would refer to sustainability first and then resilience, because the most important component is sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification and that flexibility. I think maybe at this point, let's just leave those square brackets and go to paragraph 3, and then we can come back to paragraph 2. So are there any comments on paragraph 3? Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair. We just have a small addition to the third line after the elderly, comma, smallholders and family farmers. This has been mentioned by our delegation and many other delegations. And at the same time, in the explanation also by FAO, there is focus, especially on smallholders, of giving assistance, the much needed assistance to them, especially in this time of pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. I give the floor to Capo Verde.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Congratulations, chairs, for bringing us smoothly in the next ones coming. On youth, or not? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Capo Verde, your sound was breaking up, so we missed your suggestion. If you could repeat.
Yes, was just need. Do we include an under?
Maybe if you stop the video, the sound might come through better.
Can you hear me better?
We can hear you now. Give it a try.
Okay. No, I just under 15.
You're breaking up. Perhaps you could send that suggestion on the chat, and we'll add it in. And while we're waiting for that to come through in the chat, I'll give the floor to Kenya. Kenya?
Thank you, Chair. The list of those who are most vulnerable, we could include people living with disability, women, youth, the elderly. I think it can fit anywhere, people living with disability. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Uganda, the floor is yours. And just before I beg your pardon, before I turn to Uganda, I saw Capo Verde had a question, not a proposal. And the question was, are children under 15 included in youth? And I would think so, but I am looking around the room and there are nods all around. So yes, children under 15 are included in youth. I will now turn the floor to Uganda. Uganda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little addition. After women, women is plural, youth is singular, so we could add an S for youth. And thank you, Kenya, for the addition of people living with disability. I don't know whether it does any harm if we say people with disability. Either way, we could go with either language, but we could reduce wording by removing the word living and would flow with the rest of the language.
Okay, thank you for that. I would suggest we leave that sort of fine tuning to the drafting committee. I think just to choose the most appropriate language to reflect that thought. I see no further requests for the floor, so let's move on to paragraph 4. Are there any comments here? There appear to be no comments. Okay, so we still have paragraph 2, which I don't know if inspiration has struck in the meantime. So we seem to have a bit of an impasse here. I don't know if there is a fix for this second part, similar to what was proposed above. The concern was that sustainable. Oh, and I see we haven't actually changed. So at the first reference to resilience and sustainability in the third line down, I think the suggestion had been that it be sustainability and resilience, to put sustainability first. Okay, and I think thanks to flexibility from Argentina that was acceptable. So now we just have this last reference. So because building sustainable. I see the Philippines. Save us, Lupina. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sure hope so. I'm just wondering because how essential it is to retain the highlighted portion, because there is already a reference to sustainability and resilience in food systems. What if we have a full stop and build back better, and then delete all of these so that we can find a compromise? Thank you.
I would be very supportive of that. I am looking to see if there are any additional points. No, there are not. So let's go ahead and delete after to build back better. Thank you, Philippines. And I think we're then done. Wonderful. We've gotten through our morning program. So that will go to the drafting committee as well. Thank you very much for all your hard work and the flexibility of all members in getting to that point. So we will now move on to the afternoon program. Starting with, and I'd like to get a good start on item 2.2. We won't be able to finish it before we have to end this session in another 40 minutes, but I would like to get a good start. The next agenda item is item 2.2, preventing, anticipating, and responding to high impact animal and plant diseases and pests. The relevant document is COAG 2026 Rev 1, which includes the draft resolution on the eradication of the peste des petits ruminants contained in the annex to that document. The introductory note by the Secretariat has already been made available on the COAG webpage, so I will open the floor directly for discussion. I will yet again remind members that we are aiming for 3-minute interventions. We are very behind now, so I would ask that you try to keep your interventions as short as they can be while making your point. So I am now opening the floor. And the first speaker will be Australia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Australia welcomes the FAO's continued focus on managing the threats of high-impact animal and plant diseases and pests. This is undeniably an ongoing area of high priority, which has been thrust into the spotlight due to the COVID-19 pandemic, while at the same time countries across the globe grapple with the devastating impacts of fall armyworm, desert locusts, and African swine fever, not to forget coconut rhinoceros beetle, which is threatening livelihoods in the Pacific. I would like to take this opportunity this morning to focus briefly on three areas: the past, the present, and the future. Firstly, the past. We note with appreciation the breadth of activities the FAO has been involved in alongside other international institutions and member nations, whether it be assisting countries to build their health security capacities, the implementation of the global foot and mouth disease control strategy, or efforts to minimise the impact of fall armyworm. We recognise that all of this hard work goes towards the primary goal of protecting livelihoods and combating hunger. Moving to the present, with just one word, COVID, our minds quickly race through the long list of challenges we currently face. Australia welcomes the continued effort by the FAO on high impact animal and plant diseases and pests at a time when it would be all too easy to focus just on the pandemic response. We also recognise, even during this challenging time, FAO is not just forging on with activities through a business as usual lens, but is investing effort into critically reflecting on the past, considering what has worked and what could have been done better, and developing plans for the future. The Petites Ruminants Global Eradication Program is a good example of the present planning designed to help us in the future, and Australia is happy to voice its support for the draft resolution. Noting the resolution highlights the potential maintenance of PPR virus in communities of susceptible hosts, we would suggest that the appropriate management of PPR susceptible wildlife populations be given due consideration. We understand that any changes in scientific understanding as to the role of wild hosts will be managed within the technical elements of the PPR Global Eradication Program, and we welcome a continued coordinated and collaborative approach. Moving now to the future, while Australia supports the priority actions the FAO has identified to increase effectiveness for addressing high impact animal and plant pests and diseases, we offer the following recommendations. Firstly, while the beginning of the document highlights the need for FAO to redouble its efforts for concerted collaboration, we consider the absence of explicit references to collaborative effort in the FAO's priority action list to be a significant oversight that needs to be remedied. For example, we consider it important to expressly note where tripartite collaboration will be instrumental for success, as well as partnerships with other UN organisations such as UNEP. And secondly, noting that it's not the only way to strengthen sustainable agriculture and food systems, we recommend that the FAO invest in promoting other innovative approaches in addition to agroecology. Finally, Australia encourages the FAO to prioritise core funding to support these important efforts. We encourage the continued application of the One Health approach to address these challenges. And while we note and support the current focus of the FAO on animal production systems and zoonosis risk, we emphasise the importance of the organisation not losing sight of plant health, especially given the intrinsic link between animals and plants. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. Republic of Korea, followed by Guatemala. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Animal and plant diseases and pests are as serious threat to food security as COVID-19. African swine fever, ASF, is one of the most pressing animal diseases facing the world today. The Korean government has prevented the spread of animal diseases, including ASF, by strengthening quarantine measures proactively. The Korean government cracked down on illegal livestock products and banned feeding food waste to pigs. Fences were installed to stop further spread of the diseases. Control measures were established that go beyond the standard operating procedures, SOP. We called all the domestic pigs in the infected farms. Domestic pigs within a 3-kilometer radius of the farms were killed. Moreover, we purchased all the other domestic pigs in the other farms to curb ASF. Through these measures, there has been no additional ASF in domestic pigs since October 9th last year. Furthermore, Korea has not seen a single case of HPAI or FMD this year. In order to prevent livestock diseases in this winter, special quarantine measures are already established and promoted earlier than usual. Moreover, Korea is contributing to prevent the spread of infectious diseases in other countries by sharing successful quarantine experiences with them. A technical assistance project is going on with assistance of FAO. It is aiming at building capacity of the developing countries in Asia to control and prevent the animal disease. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that the global threat of ASF calls for collaborative response. The Republic of Korea is fully committed to information sharing and the international cooperation, such as research and development of the ASF vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you. Guatemala followed by Peru. Guatemala, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My delegation would like to thank FAO for publishing this report on the impact of animal and plant disease. We also are concerned about the threat presented by animal and plant diseases and pests, and especially the lack of access to adequate technologies on the part of some countries. So in order to improve the resilience of production systems against threats, we'd like to call upon everyone to strengthen international collaboration in order to prevent the various diseases for those countries, especially that have no way to cope with the diseases and threats. We're also quite concerned about the indiscriminate use of herbicides, although we do recognize that they are necessary as well as fertilizers, but in large quantities they affect the safety of food. In tropical climates, for example, pests and diseases, animal pests and crop diseases are quite widespread, and that's why it's necessary to have a sustainable use of herbicides and fertilizers. We do, of course, support the measures being taken to promote this and all platforms in order to try to fight against animal and plant pests and diseases. We also support FAO and everything that it's doing in order to prevent the threats described in this paper, in order to reinforce the food systems and do away with crop and animal pests that are also related to natural events. Thank you.
Thank you, Guatemala. I'll turn the floor to Peru, followed by Brazil. Peru, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, we congratulate all the member states for their participation in sanitary and phytosanitary affairs. Having read the document, we feel that member states should carry out protection and oversight programs to address these diseases and pests which affect primarily small-scale producers. In that way, our actions will be linked to protecting family farming and food security. We recognize the capital importance of prevention and focusing on services to reduce the damage of pests and diseases. The challenges include the case of diseases that go beyond public health. So diseases that are also zoonoses. So this includes brucellosis, anthrax, bovine tuberculosis, and rabies. We respectfully request that we highlight the importance of health education for the population, particularly focusing on parasite diseases, which are very common in this area and which cause serious economic losses to producers. We also recognize the importance of building capacity of local services. This can be done without needing very heavy resources by using virtual trainings, which are very popular right now. And in that way, we can help to create regional programs to combat pests and diseases which are common among various countries and which can have serious impacts in health and the economy. We'd also like to emphasize the importance of official biological and phytosanitary oversight and of risk analysis, and particularly prevention, control, and eradication of animal and plant diseases and pests, in order to benefit from the advantages of globalization and trade. We feel that by strengthening origin labeling, traceability, and the application of animal well-being regulations, the FAO and the International Plant Protection Convention, as well as the IAEA and Codex, the Pan American Health Organization, the WHO, etc., are very important tools to strengthen and build regional and local programs to face the challenges that arise. These challenges are particularly important in the area of animal and plant diseases and pests. We suggest on page 2 of the document that we include carbuncle or anthrax, because we don't want it to be confused with symptomatic carbuncle. And we also see African swine fever listed, but using the less common term in Spanish. We'd like to see the Spanish term for ASF. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. Before I move on to the next speaker on the list, I wanted to advise that I've been told that the interpreters can actually continue on tonight past 5:30. Since we are quite late in the agenda, we're quite behind on the agenda, I would like to propose that we push on to try to finish this agenda item before we break today, recognizing it will be very, very late or very early in the morning for colleagues in the Southwest Pacific and Asia. So that's my proposal. I'll continue on with the speakers lists, and if there's any strong objections, perhaps people could advise through the chat. So I'll turn the floor over now to Brazil, or followed by Switzerland. Brazil, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. We thank FAO for the solid and important work developed in the fight against high-impact animal and plant diseases and pests. Given the importance of international collaboration and shared commitments for effectively tackling quarantine pests, Brazil believes that the prevention and control of plant pests should remain a priority on FAO's work. Therefore, we recommend the strengthening of its capacity to develop programs, as well as prevention, monitoring, and response measures at the global, regional, national, and local levels. Particularly, we would like to stand out the importance of supporting actions at regional level, considering that many pests and diseases are specific to certain areas. In our region, it would be important to increase FAO's coordination for the implementation of control programs to address the management of South American grasshopper and the banana fusarium wilt disease tropical race 4, known as TR4. We also believe that an increased participation of the private sector would be an important element in strengthening of the official actions to prevent the introduction of pests and diseases. Regarding the suggested actions of the document circulated for debate, we express our support for the initiatives described in paragraph 33. As for paragraph 34, letter A, we believe it is important for FAO not only strengthen, but also broaden its animal and plant health related capacities, and suggest that it would be amended accordingly. In the same paragraph, we'd like to stand out letters F and H, research and develop in the use of digital communication to exchange information on pest risks is an important tool, and we would be interested in collaborating in this respect. Furthermore, we also deem particularly useful the proposal on stepping up efforts in community education projects for the use of integrated pest management, including biological control techniques. Thank you very much, Madam Person.
Thank you, Brazil. Switzerland, followed by the Russian Federation. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Switzerland thanks the Secretariat for document 2020/6-Ref1. We welcome FAO's work on preventing, anticipating, and responding to high-impact animal and plant diseases and pests. In light of climate change and the occurrence of new pests and diseases, this work will become more important still. Such important work needs adequate in-house infrastructure. My delegation is pleased to inform COAG that Switzerland is working with FAO to renovate and upgrade FAO's current Desert Locust Information Center. The center operates within the long-term strategy of FAO's Plant Production and Protection Division and is FAO's global early warning system. It is currently operating early warning systems for 2 additional and important transboundary pests, the fall armyworm and the red palm weevil. The new center will offer work and training space and will welcome visitors. The center will adopt state-of-the-art technology fit for purpose. Switzerland fully supports the ongoing international collaboration efforts between FAO, WHO, and OIE, as well as other partners, which are aimed at ensuring multidisciplinary and holistic system approaches to tackling global animal and plant pests and diseases, and in particular the One Health approach. We have taken due note of the information regarding the Peste des Petits Ruminants global eradication program, which is jointly coordinated by FAO and OIE, and which aims at achieving global freedom from this animal disease by 2030. We have also closely examined the draft conference resolution, which advocates for consolidating international and national efforts to progress in the control of the Peste des Petits Ruminants disease and achieve its eradication by 2030. Switzerland supports the endorsement by the committee of the key areas, actions that FAO should focus on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Russian Federation, followed by the Dominican Republic. Russian Federation, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, we feel it is necessary to use an integrated approach, taking into account the entire food chain and the various different ecosystems in combating the movement and spread of animal and plant diseases and pests. We note the importance of the cooperation between the FAO and the World Health Organization, as well as the World Organization for Animal Health, within the One Health approach. We highly appreciate, within the food chain crisis framework, the emergency prevention system, or EMPRESS. We note the role of national and regional plant protection organizations, which in accordance with the provisions of the International Plant Protection Convention are authorized to take measures to prevent and contain pests and plant diseases. We support the activity of the FAO, and we propose that it have first-line measures to increase the effectiveness of combating animal and plant pests and diseases. Among the various problems, we note the excessive use in livestock of antimicrobials, which leads to an increase in antimicrobial resistance. We are not against adopting by consensus the draft resolution on implementing the PPR Global Eradication Program in order to do away with the Peste des Petits Ruminants. We'd like to inform you that Russia, in 2019 and 2020, in accordance with the official procedures of OIE, achieved the status of a zone free of foot and mouth disease without vaccination. We also achieved the official status of a country free from contagious bovine pleuropneumonia, as well as PPR. This required us to develop and implement additional methodological documents which regulate sampling and assessment of the epidemic status in regions. We also continue to work to achieve other OIE statuses. Currently, we have sent in requests to achieve the status of a zone-free of bovine spongiform encephalopathy, as well as to considerably expand the zone considered free of FMD. We particularly note our preparation to cooperate with the FAO in the area of researching these types of diseases, including coronavirus, and we hope that we will be able to further send in requests and examine questions within the various federal services for phytosanitary oversight in our country, as well as the FAO Reference Center to eradicate coronavirus. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Dominican Republic, followed by Canada. Dominican Republic, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We are aware of the need to have a multidisciplinary, integrated systemic approach to address the issues related to animal and plant diseases and pests. For our country and for the other countries of our region and in the developing world, diseases and pests that attack farm animals and crops are particularly urgent because of the climate crisis due to extreme meteorological events caused by this, as well as the changes that we observe in climate patterns, which is even more alarming. To put this situation into context, diseases and pests, both animal and plant, represent affect 1/4 of global agricultural production, and an even higher percentage of production if we look only at crops. The spread of diseases and pests has increased dramatically due to climate change. It has become a threat, a catastrophic and very real threat to agricultural and food systems of the entire world. We support that the One Health approach be taken into account, by which human health and human, animal, and ecosystem approach is taken into account. We would like a horizontal management approach which would include social and ecological resilience. We must develop prevention mechanisms to reduce the ever higher costs of ex-post action and have an integrated management of pests based on agroecosystems and the concept of save to grow. We want to move forward towards viable solutions to ensure the certain and certified security and safety of informal markets. These are key to food security of 2/3 of the developing world, where there are very important health risks. This goal is achievable if we work together with the FAO, the OIE, and the WHO in key actions set out in paragraph 34. When it comes to agricultural innovation, our experience as a beneficiary of the FAO's programs leads us to call upon all member states to use this strategic program against pests. The extraordinary usefulness of the joint FAO-IAEA, the extraordinary work of this joint division, has shown us the importance of interinstitutional cooperation both within the international system as well as in the specific context of fighting hunger and all forms of malnutrition. With these comments, we support the document and we support the draft resolution to consolidate the implementation of the global program to eradicate PPR by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Canada, followed by the United Kingdom. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Canada notes this update on FAO's efforts in the area of plant and animal pests and diseases and the additional actions proposed. The list of proposed actions is extensive. Canada would appreciate further information on the resources that would be required to implement them, as well as further detail on which activities are currently underway and which would be new or expanded work by the FAO. As noted in the paper, there are a number of international and regional entities active in this area, including but not limited to the International Plant Protection Convention and the OIE. Canada considers that the FAO should focus its efforts in areas within its mandate and where it can provide value added, while seeking synergies with other entities and avoiding duplication of effort. Canada would like to take this opportunity to particularly highlight the important role of the IPPC, which plays a critical role in restricting the movement of plant pests at the international level through standard setting, promotion of international collaboration, and capacity building. Canada strongly supports the IPPC and reiterates calls for its sustainable funding through the FAO regular budget. We also highlight the critical importance of the IPPC Secretariat in ensuring that the IPPC and its contracting parties can deliver on the IPPC strategic priorities and continue to make these vital and positive contributions. Currently, the IPPC Secretariat's position is vacant, and the selection of a competent secretary with demonstrated leadership skills and strong technical capacity will be key for ensuring the future credibility and effectiveness of the IPPC. Canada supports a fair, open, and transparent selection process to identify the most qualified candidate to lead the IPPC, uphold its values, and advance its members' interests, and supports a selection process for IPPC Secretary that involves the CPM Bureau. Thank you, and over.
Thank you. The United Kingdom, followed by Argentina. United Kingdom, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Madam Chair, colleagues and interpreters. I promise to be very brief. Many thanks for the paper and we welcome this focus on APPDs. This is a fundamental role of the FAO and a core public good. And we welcome many, but not all of the proposed areas of action in paragraph 34. We do not think FAO should invest in scarce resources in vaccine development or regulation. This is important work, but other organizations are doing it. And we don't think that farmer field schools or capacity development should be a priority. Rather, we would like to see FAO focus its efforts on the resources on areas A, B, D, E, F, and G. On the resolution, we would like to propose some amendments to the text, mainly to recognize the role of the Global Framework for Transboundary Animal Diseases, GFTADS, in the preamble and operative paragraphs, and to better understand the potential implications for a FAO vaccine coordination. Should we set up a separate process to agree the resolution? It would be appreciated if you could advise whether we provide the proposed text changes to the resolutions to the FAO CBO, who's the author of the paper, or suggest them now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone. I feel our interventions are quite to the point. I will turn the floor to Argentina, followed by Côte d'Ivoire. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As an exporting country, Argentina is strongly committed to preventing and controlling animal and plant diseases and pests. That is why we appreciate that this task is still a priority of the organization's work, and we appreciate that the FAO is continuing to strengthen its capacities in this area. Likewise, we recognize the support of the FAO in promoting and adopting the One Health approach, as well as its contribution to developing and expanding capacity building programs, as well as increasing investments, as well as its support to the various initiatives undertaken by countries to strengthen their own activity in this area. It's also worth highlighting that the FAO works closely with WHO and the OIE, as well as the work of the Three Sisters, the IPPC, OIE, and COAG, as important drivers of sanitary and phytosanitary measures. This work based on scientific evidence allows the members to adopt measures based on these standards, which foster trade while protecting at the same time the health and lives of animals and plants. Finally, regarding the draft resolution on the eradication of PPR by 2030, We think it's relevant in the current context, and we would appreciate, when opportune, to have greater information about the trust fund referred to in point 2 and the coordinating mechanism for the implementation of the global program set out in point 3. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Côte d'Ivoire, followed by the European Union. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor. Côte d'Ivoire is afraid Côte d'Ivoire is still muted. Could they be unmuted?
Vous m'entendez?
Hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. I would like to congratulate the Secretariat for the high quality of this document, and I'd like to thank the management as well for all of the efforts it has made to organize the 27th session of the COAG. The document gives an overview of the current and emerging challenges linked to pests and diseases, as well as the actions being carried out by the FAO to help its members prevent and manage these threats. We feel that the FAO must double its efforts to ensure collaboration, coordination, and implementation in a concerted manner of an approach based on the most up-to-date scientific and technological progress to combat these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the most recent regional conference for Africa was held in Sudan, and among its priorities, it recommended the FAO provide its support to an important area, namely combating animal and plant diseases and pests, because development requires development and strengthening resilience are linked to that. In the spirit of the Malabo Declaration, improving management of diseases and pests, high-impact animal, plant diseases and pests specifically will be a considerable advantage. We must encourage states to take advantage of the different possibilities in implementing these approaches. Thus, the ongoing and future interventions, including collaboration at the national level and exchanges of information, as well as prevention, operational capacity, building capacities, oversight and control of diseases and pests. The goal of all of these things is to increase resilience and protect agriculture against threats from animal and plant diseases and pests. The efforts to improve the livelihoods and food security are often hampered by the persistence of the socioeconomic efforts of these scourges all over the world. These threats cause considerable annual losses. On average, 25% of yearly production, and between 25 and 40% of plant production around the world. This has an influence on income and well-being of the people who depend on animal and plant production. The recommendations drawn up by the organization in terms of strengthening capacity to continue efforts among member states to overcome the challenges linked to animal and plant diseases and pests are well founded. The Africa Regional Group invites the members of the COAG to recognize the central role of the FAO as indicated in the text and its work in the interventions as defined in paragraph 24 of the document, and to recognize the ease with which these diseases and pests can cross borders. This makes their devastating effects even worse. They are threats that affect global food and agriculture systems as well as trade at all levels. Finally, the Africa Regional Group approves the resolution in the annex, aiming to strengthen the implementation of the global program to eradicate PPR in order to achieve the goal of eradicating the PPR. That is the case of this highly contagious disease in much of the world. The first appearance in 1942 in Côte d'Ivoire directly affected food security and livelihoods. It has always had negative impacts on livestock, particularly through restrictions on trade. In this context, a global program was developed and adopted in order to eradicate this terrible disease by 2030. It has contributed to carrying out or achieving SDG 2. With the exception of ASF, these diseases can often be prevented through vaccination. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to inform the member states that Côte d'Ivoire, on a daily basis, is mobilizing all efforts through the permanent representatives at the Global Program to Eradicate PPR, which impacts, as I say, not only livelihood of small ruminant keepers, but it impacts poverty, malnutrition, and food security, but also it reduces the income of producers. I look forward to great collaboration with the Joint Secretariat OIE-FAO. The resources already mobilized by member states are quite important. However, there is still a gap to be filled in order to fully be able to carry out this fight. Thus, the creation of the trust fund was recommended so that there would be sufficient means. And so we call upon all donors to provide their financial support to this important task. And to conclude this statement, I would like to refer to the current situation and insist on the high likelihood that the risks faced by humanity regarding this scourge need to be taken into account. From the point of view of these new diseases, which often have their sources in domestic or wild animals. These diseases can spread very quickly across large distances. COVID-19 is one example. Finally, threats linked to epidemics of zoonoses and vector-transmitted diseases continue to contribute to the burden of mortality in a considerable way, not only in developing countries, but also well beyond their usual areas of spread. Climate change and loss of biodiversity, specifically loss of plant biodiversity, have an impact. We can also, of course, think of the outbreak of the desert locust, which is one of the largest in decades, as well as FAW, which has spread to Africa, the Near East, and Asia, as well as Australia in early 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, with these comments, the Africa Regional Group supports and welcomes the document COAG 2020 6 Rev 1 on preventing, anticipating, and responding to high-impact animal and plant diseases and pests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. European Union followed by the US. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. We welcome the paper that outlines the current and emerging challenges of animal and plant pests and diseases, and FAO's current actions to support its members to prevent and manage these threats. We note that the paper recognizes the critical importance of prevention and management of APPDs for food security, that needs resilient food systems less prone to diseases and pests, also addressing emerging diseases in the wildlife reservoirs. For that, inter alia, a wide range of stakeholders such as veterinary services, producers, wildlife management, hunters, plant health services should be involved. We would like to emphasize the need to minimize the negative impact of disease outbreaks on trade. Regionalization, in accordance with international standards, is an integral element of a comprehensive strategy aimed at ensuring disease control without lowering the safety and the traded commodities. We would like to highlight the role played by the FAO-OIE Global Framework for the Progressive Control of Transboundary Animal Diseases, GFTA-ADs, and the need to continue this work. Preparedness for disease outbreaks needs an efficient use of the different framework of reference laboratories and optimizing and rationalizing the access to vaccines stocks. Furthermore, the European Union and its member states would like to emphasize that lessons should be learned from the desert locust and the fall armyworm crisis to improve in the future response mechanism to similar plant health threats. The EU therefore fully endorses the proposed priority actions to increase effectiveness for addressing high-impact APPDs, in particular the call on FAO to significantly strengthen its plant and animal health-related capacities and to invest in the capacity to monitor pest and disease spread. The EU and its member states reaffirmed their concern about the desert locust observed in East Africa and Yemen, currently ravaging tens of thousands of hectares of cropland and pasture, and expressed their appreciation for FAO's role in leading the international community's response. We strongly support FAO's activities related to the promotion and adoption of the One Health approach, as well as the principles of the agro-ecosystem-based integrated pest management approach, Save and Grow, as well as agroecology and other innovative approaches in long-term management of APPDs. In this context, the reduction of the use of chemical pesticides and the prudent use of antimicrobials constitute essential objectives. Finally, in light of these comments, we can support and endorse the background paper on preventing, anticipating, and responding to high-impact animal and plant health disease and pests tabled by FAO. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. US followed by New Zealand. United States, you have the floor. I believe, yes, you are now unmuted. Please go ahead.
You're up.
I'm up?
Yep.
United States calls on FAO as requested in May 2020 the World Health Assembly Resolution 73.1 to continue to work closely with the World Organization of Animal Health, OIE, and the World Health Organization, WHO, and countries to identify the zoonotic sources of the viruses and route of introduction to the human population. The United States strongly supports innovative initiatives to prevent, anticipate, and respond to high-impact animal and plant diseases and pests. This is essential to the stabilization of food supplies in the face of increasing global populations and challenges to animal and plant nutritive availability. Transboundary plant and animal pests and diseases are a major agricultural, environmental, and economical threat. Every year, 25% of animal production and 20 to 40% of plant production is lost to APPDs. The effects on trade are potentially catastrophic and economically devastating. These challenges highlight the need for countries to embrace science-based policies to deliver solutions to pest and disease management across the agricultural production system. The use of innovative technologies like biotechnology, crops, and chemical inputs pose tremendous benefits in support of this substantial intensification of agriculture. Science and risk-based decision-making, particularly regarding the product approvals and maximum residue levels, MRLs, for plant protection products represent the best way for countries to work together to deliver these solutions to farmers. The United States looks forward to continuing to collaborate with others in this effort. FAO should maintain its focus on emergency preparedness, response, and providing scientific and logistical support for countries experiencing APPD issues. Over.
Thank you. New Zealand followed by Ecuador. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. New Zealand notes that global challenges such as African swine fever, foot and mouth disease, peste des petites ruminants, fall armyworm and desert locust require a concerted and coordinated international approach. We acknowledge the numerous comments from others around the specific and unprecedented challenges caused by COVID-19. We welcome the continued focus of the FAO in preventing, anticipating and responding to high impact animal and plant diseases and pests. The rapid spread of some high impact animal and plant pests and diseases highlights the areas to improve in biosecurity, capacity and capability building at international, regional and national levels, which require immediate responses and long-term solutions. New Zealand recognises the critical role FAO plays in working with international institutions and member nations to develop and implement strategies and policies for improved preparedness, prevention, early warning, rapid response and long-term management of high-impact animal and plant pests and diseases. New Zealand values that FAO works closely with the WHO and OIE to assist countries in building their health security capacities and in meeting international obligations to prevent and control high-impact animal diseases and human-related threats. Like others, New Zealand would like to highlight the important work of the IPPC to prevent pest introduction and facilitate safe trade of plants and plant products. Prevention and control of high-impact animal and plant pests and diseases should remain a top priority of FAO's work through increased investments in capacity development programs. And in this light, New Zealand endorses the key areas and actions proposed for FAO to focus on to further strengthen the effort in preventing and managing the high-impact APPDs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ecuador followed by Mexico. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Ecuador recognizes the importance of working in a joint manner and establish regional partnerships in order to improve the systems in order to prevent plant diseases and pests. FAO has done a lot to step up the institutional capacities and in order to push forward phytosanitary measures. It is important to, of course, redouble regional efforts through actions to prevent the entry of pests through initiatives like the regional cooperation projects and the strengthening of monitoring and surveillance measures for the purpose of drafting national action plans in order to provide guidance. It would also be important to hold workshops for preventive measures and also to develop emergency measures and plans for training to strengthen prevention and anticipation capabilities in Latin America. It's also important to look at the regional project that we have developed to prevent African swine fever, the aim of which is to create skills in veterinary practitioners and in laboratories in order to provide good diagnoses of African swine fever. And on the other hand, it's important to go ahead with the PPR, a Global Eradication Program, in order to achieve the goal of a PPR-free world by 2030. In 2014, this was a disease considered to be exotic in my country, and it's necessary, therefore, to continue with coordinated activities and to control and eradicate not just this, but also other diseases like avian influenza and foot and mouth disease. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ecuador. Mexico, followed by China. Mexico, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With regard to plant health, it's necessary to protect sustainable agriculture and improve food security by preventing the propagation of pests, and this through the establishment and implementation of international, regional, and national standards for phytosanitary measures in order to guarantee that there is accessible food to all people throughout the world at all times. When it is possible to avoid that pests set in, resources used in prevention are invariably a lot lower than those required when the pest is already present and has to be contained or eradicated. As regards animal health, one great risk is the introduction of exotic diseases in animals, and so the main challenge is to be able to preserve the sanitary status in order to set up livestock production. It's very important, therefore, to facilitate the spreading or the further use of technologies. The transparency of our commercial partners is very important, and we need their help along with that of others in order to carry forward epidemiological surveillance measures for exotic animal diseases like African swine fever and foot and mouth disease. For my country, it is absolutely necessary to keep active at all times the surveillance systems that we have in place. It's also really important to update our systems and emergency plans to control disease, as well as the constant reskilling and skilling of veterinary services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. China, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Plant diseases and pests have a serious negative impact on smallholders' livelihood, food security, and nutrition. The rapid spread of cross-border plant diseases and pests pose a challenge to the coordinated prevention and control measures at the regional level. China commends FAO for having taken a series of measures to support member nations in the field of animal and plant health, and encourages the FAO to continue to exert its technical expertise, promote international cooperation, strengthen capacity building and long-term disease and pest control, and continuously enhance the ability of agricultural systems to resist the threat of plant diseases and pests. China supports the FAO in resource mobilizations through multiple channels and taking practical actions to further enhance its ability to prevent and control major plant diseases and pests, including desert locusts and fall armyworms. Our government attaches great importance to the prevention and control of major plant diseases and pests, such as fall armyworms. Since its invasion, China has overcome the impact of COVID-19 promulgate the regulation on preventing and controlling crop diseases and pests in a timely manner, which clarifies the responsibility of local governments, increases financial investment and policy coordination, and builds a multi-layer defense line to effectively prevent the widespread of fall armyworms and ensure the safety of maize production in China. At the same time, this year, China has actively responded to the invasion of yellow-ridged bamboo locust and desert locust, effectively carried out the prevention control of major diseases and pests in wheat and rice, recovering about 14 billion kilos of wheat losses in this regard, thus ensuring the safety of rice production. China's total summer grain production this year was 142.8 billion kilos, an increase of 1.2 billion kilos or 0.9% over last year. Among them, wheat production was 131.7 billion kilos, 755 million kilos or 0.6% over the previous year. With autumn grain harvest in sight, plant protection measures, amongst others, have played an active role. We call on the international community to strengthen international efforts on plant protection, strengthen policy coordination and joint prevention and control efforts, prevent cross-border spread of major diseases and pests, protect agricultural production, safety and food security in countries around the world, and alleviate global hunger and malnutrition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, China. My list of members is complete, so I'll now turn to our observer, the OIE. OIE, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak on behalf of the World Organization for Animal Health, OIE, which was mentioned several times by the previous speakers. This is the first time that I'm taking the floor in this session, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank FAO for having invited OIE and to participate as an observer. And I congratulate you, ma'am, for the conduct of this discussion. I think it's a supplementary witness of the excellent relations between our respective organizations that have worked together for over 70 years. OIE supports the positions expressed by FAO in document COAG 2020/6-1 and would like to support FAO completely in its efforts to fight against animal disease. We all know the impact, of course, that they can have on human health and on the functioning of production chains. They can also, of course, exacerbate food losses and waste. And protecting animal health means preserving human health and reinforcing the position of livestock keepers. It also means guaranteeing livelihoods of populations and their resilience, their savings capacity, and the good functioning of the livestock sector. OIE participates actively alongside WHO and FAO in the different mechanisms that are quoted in this document, as for example the FAO, OIE, WHO Tripartite Alliance, and the GFTAD, the Global Framework for the Progressive Control of Transboundary Animal Diseases. The partnership between OIE and FAO is at the very heart of this multilateral mechanism. It needs to be reinforced and preserved. The animal diseases that are quoted in the document, for example, foot and mouth disease and Newcastle disease, African swine fever, the famous PPR, are indeed the priority of our common control action. I would actually add to that dog-borne rabies that we hope to eradicate by 2030. About PPR, one of the priority diseases in the GFTADs, OIE supports the draft resolution attached to the document to be submitted at the next session of the Conference of FAO in July 2021. Finally, as indicated, I'd like to stress that the reinforcement of national capacity, or the building of national capacities, is certainly a key element in the mechanism to fight against animal disease. OIE is very much involved in the process of reinforcing a veterinary service performance called PVS, the pathway of veterinary services. FAO and OIE have received from the international community the mandate to guarantee a better level of health protection, especially through the implementation of the One Health approach, One World, One Health. I'd like to thank all the delegations who are working in this direction indefatigably, and I hope to be able together to continue to promote the One Health approach with a very special greeting for Dr. Marcy, who spoke for Australia. And it's really important for us to continue to pursue this task with the support of our member states. And once again, I'd like to express our full endorsement to FAO. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for those comments. I see no further requests for the floor, so at this point I will turn the floor over to the Secretariat for replies. So I will turn the floor to Maria Elena Semedo, Deputy Director General. Maria Elena, the floor is yours. So I see both Keith and Maria Elena. Which of you is going to speak?
Okay, I think I may be delegated to speak.
I had problems with my audio. I couldn't follow you, but Keith Samson, the Chief Veterinary Officer, will reply to the questions. Thank you, and sorry for that, Jennifer.
Thank you. Keith, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and we really do welcome those points that have been raised. We're grateful for the support indicated for the actions which are proposed as part of FAO's response. We particularly recognize the comments from the Chief Veterinary Officer Australia, speaking also as and the observers from the OIE. We recognize that the major successes that FAO is capable to bring are really in partnership with its international partners. And I think this has been really recognized in the repeated comments that we've received through this, that to really combat animal and plant pests and diseases, we do need to have these international coordinations. And the recognition of FAO's work with OIE, with WHO as part of the tripartite is very much recognized in those comments, and the bilateral partnership with the OIE under the Global Framework for Transboundary Animal Diseases. In regard to points which were raised in relation to the international spread of African swine fever, then FAO is, with the OIE, stepping up its international response with a global initiative as part of the GFTADS framework. And that is in recognition of the continuing threats that disease poses. In regard to points made about the actions in clause paragraph 34 of the document. We welcome the responses from Guatemala, Peru, Ecuador, New Zealand in relation to building capacity, the need for technologies to be available and trainings to be made available, including the greater use of virtual support to build capacity, and the comments from the US and others on the need for better prevention, not just for the potential pandemic agents, but prevention of international spread to go alongside preparedness and the need to continue FAO's work on that. In the comments from the UK, there was a question regarding the role of FAO in vaccine development. Let me clarify, as the document says, it's not the intention that FAO would have a role in vaccine development, but in the issues of access to vaccines for transboundary animal diseases, in which there is a global shortage of supply of animal vaccines, and it's important that there is an increased supply from whatever source and the pipeline of vaccines is important for all countries that need to have both prevention or response to emergencies. Several of the comments related to seeing the role of the GFTADs, the Global Framework for Transboundary Diseases, better recognized in the coordination and in particular in relation to the resolution relating to PPR. I think the UK asked for a better phrasing in relation to GFTADs, and that may need to be addressed. And Argentina asked for a clear indication of how the funds that would be raised for PPR would be coordinated, and I think those could be quite strongly connected. GFTADs was also supported in the comments from the European Union, and I note that their concerns are also in relation to availability of vaccine stocks, which is in the proposed area of action. The appreciation of FAO's work on plant pests and diseases, I think that's best that I leave that to DDG Bechtold on that one. In relation to the work to prevent pandemics, this was not a major feature of the paper presented, but I think we can mention in this regard, as the FAO chief economist has mentioned before, that FAO's umbrella program focuses on 7 major initiatives, and one of those will be on that area of prevention of future pandemics through the One Health approach and prevention of the risks relating to overspill. We note the support from Mexico relating to updating of emergency plans, the reskilling of veterinary services, and the need for transparency, and certainly that is crucial and to the early reaction to disease and the early warning to neighboring countries. On that, I think we'd also just simply like to reflect that the tripartite mechanism with the WHO is an essential part of how FAO responds to the need to prevent zoonotic diseases, and they are both important for human health, but also for animal health as well. And the initiative of the tripartite relating to dog-mediated rabies was mentioned by the OIE, and there is a very significant effort now to eradicate human rabies from animal origin by 2030. And thank you for the support.
Thank you, Keith. I might take the prerogative of the chair, and I realized I had a question perhaps for you related to the PPR resolution. I think we heard a lot of support today for that resolution, and I was just wondering if you could describe in more detail the process that resolution would go forward with, whether it goes through council discussions, if there's further kind of consultation or whether it goes straight from the COAG to the conference. Just that kind of process question I think would be useful for the committee members to be aware of. Thank you.
I think if I may I ask Maria Helena Semedo if she could comment on the processes after COAG of the resolution.
I believe the way now is from the COAG, it goes to the council, from the council to the conference.
Okay, thank you for that. I just recall some confusion from some of the things COAG did last time of whether it went straight to conference or through council, so that's good. I think, was there questions for Beth as well? If so, I'll turn the floor over to DDG Beth Bechtel.
Thank you very much for the questions related to the plant pest priorities. And let me just comment briefly on a few updates related to desert locust, fall armyworm, and I'll also touch on the points that were raised regarding the importance of IPPC and its current work and its current vacancy. Related to desert locust, we are seeing that some significant progress is being achieved in controlling the desert locust upsurge affecting the Greater Horn of Africa. In fact, two of our colleagues, Dominique Bourgeon and Keith Cressman, just recently returned from a visit mission to Kenya just a couple of weeks ago, and were able to get a much better estimation of the progress that is being made and the continued risks that are in front of us. In response to the global appeal that has been made of $311 million US, we have $198 million US that has been received or committed by the international community for control operations, protection and recovery of livelihoods and other coordination. Close to 760,000 hectares have been treated since January in the 10 countries covered by the Greater Horn of Africa and also Yemen. We are seeing in places like Kenya that efforts by their government there, together with a massive scale up by FAO, have actually resulted in a reduction of the number of counties affected from 29 in January to only 3 in September. So some progress being made, but again, considerable efforts that remain for all of us as the risk remains very high and these efforts need to be sustained. We will continue to coordinate closely between NSP and also our Office of Emergency Response to make sure that we have more fruitful dialogues with many of you in the affected countries, cabinet secretaries, ministries of agriculture, and other relevant ministries and federal governments to ensure that the support that is needed and the capacity of our organization is provided as well. We also continue to make great strides in the work related to our monitoring of the locust issue. In fact, during this recent mission that was taken to Kenya, FAO provided over 100 eLocust 3 handheld devices, which are our innovative handheld tool that allows for the recording of geo-referenced data of the locust infestations in the field in real time. So these kinds of important technology innovations and data tools are also very important to the work that we do. Let me transition briefly to an update on fall armyworm. As you heard, the Director General this morning in his remarks stressed the very significant importance that is being placed on bringing more action to our work on fall armyworm control. We have put together now a new secretariat formally organized inside the Plant Production and Plant Protection Division, which is pulling more multidisciplinary and cross-cutting organizational support from across FAO and related divisions to bring the kind of action needed in coordination and integration, technical extension, financial partnerships and resource mobilization, and also communication and advocacy. We are also beginning to make contact with the countries that we are identifying as demonstration countries The baseline studies and analyses related to fall armyworm indicate that there are 8 demonstration countries that are priority and also 59 pilot countries in order to implement global action in the regions most affected. So there is a very well coordinated and I would say very enhanced approach to the fall armyworm action control that's being led by both the technical committee and also the steering committee to ensure, I think, greater elevation of priority and greater elevation of national coordination as well on the fall armyworm situation. And finally, I would just close and recount the shared view that we have here at FAO regarding the importance of the IPPC Secretariat. That position is currently vacant. Mr. Shah, who has held that position, has transitioned into the division lead for plant production and plant protection. But I can assure you that we hold the value of the work of the IPPC Secretariat at the same high regard as you all have expressed, and we'll be sure that we move expeditiously to fill that position and also to coordinate very closely with the CPM Bureau and other relevant stakeholders. So Jennifer, over to you. Chair, over to you. Sorry, a little too personal here in the room.
We're very excited to be 2 people in the same room. Thank you very much for that. I don't know if there's any other comments from the Secretariat, but I'm assuming not. If so, I think we are going to push on and get this report done as well, and then you will all be released. So I think we're ready to put it up on the screen right now, in which case. Oh, and we are having technical difficulties. Let's see. All right. So here is the draft summary for this agenda item. I will read it through in its entirety and then we can look at it paragraph by paragraph. So the committee recognized the critical importance of prevention and management of animal and plant pests and diseases, APPDs, for food security. It also acknowledged FAO's efforts to address these challenges at global, regional, and country levels, particularly the progress made with regard to desert locust emergency response and the global action on fall armyworm, FAW, as well as the progressive elimination of high-impact transboundary animal diseases. 2, the committee endorsed the key areas and actions that FAO should focus on Oh, I had made a correction, but it turns out to have been wrong. Should focus on to reduce the burden of APPDs through the Empress. In particular, 1, to enhance its proactive role in fostering sustainable global and regional cooperation and in leading capacity development for the improvement of animal and plant health systems. And 2, to strengthen its capacities to support members and international efforts in addressing the drivers triggering the increased threats from APPDs. Paragraph 3, the committee endorsed the draft resolution provided in annex for consolidating the implementation of the Peste des Petits Ruminants Global Eradication Program, PPR-GEP, to achieve the goal of a PPR-free world by 2030, and requested that it be submitted to the 42nd FAO conference in 2021 for adoption. So we will now return to paragraph 1, and I will open the floor for any comments and reactions. I'm seeing none so far. So let's move on to paragraph 2. Feel free to, as always, we can go back to paragraph 1 if people are just taking a little time. So paragraph 2, any comments here? I see none. Paragraph 3, are there any comments? Well, now I'm sorry I said I'd release you afterwards. I have a comment. Oh, many comments. 2 comments. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight, I mean, we did make some suggestions to the resolution and suggested it needed a little bit more tweaking. I don't want to get into doing that now, but I just wondered if we could reflect that in the conclusions in some way. So, for example, the committee welcomed the draft resolution. And then that would leave scope for a few changes before it goes to council. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent suggestion. And if the Secretariat kind of agrees that that gives them the scope to continue tweaking the resolution before it goes to conference, then I think that's sufficient. New Zealand, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have any concerns really at all. I just wondered, process-wise, given the advice of DDG Semedo, whether or not we are requesting it submitted to the conference, or are we saying it be submitted to the council? Fine, if we want to say that we're happy with it as is for the conference, then that's great, or whether or not we want to say council first, just as a matter of process. Just a question. Thanks, Chair.
I think it's good to have it spelled out, because I'm sure we all recall that there was some confusion with a couple of items from last COAG. So perhaps we could say, and yeah, I don't have to say anything. And then to the 42nd FAO conference for adoption, or subsequently to. And what I would also request is if the Secretariat can double check on the process, and I'm happy if the committee agrees, we could leave it to the drafting committee to make any tweaks necessary to reflect what the actual process is. But I think it's a good idea to have it spelled out very clearly and double checked with those who keep track of FAO legal basic texts and processes. And then we will all be clear and there will be no surprises on process moving forward. I give the floor now to Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are looking at number 2, the second part.
Okay.
The importance to strengthen the capacity to support member states. Now, just to pause there, because, for example, like the report which has just been given about the desert locust invasion in Kenya, the government did a lot of work and continues to do a lot of work also in collaboration with FAO and coordination. So I am thinking of talking about strengthening not just the capacities of FAO, but also the member states and upscaling some of the lessons and best practices. I'm sorry, I have not been able to construct the sentence, but for the second part, there is also some capacity within the countries. So strengthening this capacity is not is not only the capacity of FAO, but also the capacity of member states, as well as upscaling the good practices and lessons that could be learned. Specifically looking at the desert locust invasion in Kenya as an example.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. So perhaps to strengthen its capacities to support members, and how about members apostrophe or possessive capacity? So members' capacities and international efforts in addressing, does that help? To support members' capacity development, capacity building?
Okay.
It's getting late in the day here.
To strengthen its capacities as well as host countries to support members, something like that. Okay, I hope I'm clear on what I would like to be included. The issue of the host countries also having some capacity that may need to be strengthened or utilized.
Okay. So to strengthen its capacities and those of members or of host countries. I don't know if there's.
And those of host countries to support members.
To support members, and then you can delete my initial suggestions there.
Yes, just the English there.
There you go. So to strengthen its capacity, and I guess the two would leave, and those of host countries to support members. All right, I will give the floor now to the European Union. Go ahead, EU.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to suggest, and this is a very good proposal that we have in front of us. So just a few suggestions from our side. In the second paragraph, we would suggest to add an additional point, so possibly a triple I, which would be support the work of the FAO-OIE Global Framework for the Progressive Control of Transborder Animal Disease. So
all right, I think you'll have to repeat that.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Support the work of the FAO-OIE Global Framework for the progressive control of transboundary animal diseases. So the GF, TADs.
All right.
And then a new paragraph, which would be stress the importance of addressing risks associated with emerging diseases in the wildlife reservoirs,
including through the involvement of a wide range of stakeholders, and the importance of effective regionalizations to maintain trade while ensuring adequate pest control. The importance of effective regionalization to maintain trade while ensuring adequate pest controls. Thank you.
Thank you for those suggestions. I will turn to see if there's any comments. I see no further requests for the, oh, Argentina, the floor is yours.
Sí, perdón, Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to react to the most recent suggestion. I'm trying to understand the suggestion to include new text recently made by our colleague from the European Union. I don't know exactly what regionalization refers to. Effective regionalization to maintain trade while ensuring adequate pest controls. We think that that is already addressed by the work of the three sisters, Codex, IPVC, etc., as we said in our previous statement. So within the framework of the Agreement on Sanitary and Phytosanitary Measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. I don't know if the European Union would like to respond to that question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It is indeed correct that regionalization is a topic that is covered, that is subject notably to the work of OIE, but it is very important in this framework, in the discussions that we are having today. And we have already highlighted in previous discussions also the importance to maintain trade even in this when we are facing issues like emerging diseases. So we believe here it's also important to clarify these, the importance to apply these standards and this approach so as to enable, from one hand, to address effectively these new diseases, and at the same time to enable trade to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the floor is being asked by Gabriela Salazar. I'm not sure. I'll give the floor, but if you could identify who you're with before you start, that would be appreciated. Thank you. The floor is yours. Perhaps I'll turn to DDG Semedo at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the question from New Zealand and your regarding the process. Indeed, the COAG report will be presented to the next council, and with the report, the resolution. And then from COAG, it goes to the conference. This is the process, but it can be discussed at the drafting committee to ensure that we follow the appropriate guidelines and the appropriate process. But to my knowledge, this is the correct process.
Thank you, Maria Elena. I think that's very clear. And so yes, I'm happy if the members are to leave it to the drafting committee if what we've got there needs to be tweaked, just so that those who weren't here reading it, reading our report, would understand what the process is. I will give the floor now to Argentina, followed by Brazil. Argentina, the floor is yours.
Gracias. Thank you once again, Madam Chair. The explanation by the European Union colleague about his proposed paragraph, we do insist that the relationship between the adoption of measures based on science and having trade while at the same time protecting the life and health of plants and animals should be done within the context of the agreement on the application of sanitary and phytosanitary measures from the WTO. In that framework, the work of the OIE, Codex, and IPPC are key as reference organizations, and so what's proposed in this paragraph to us are still not clear enough for us to be able to support them at this time. So we would have to make additional points there in that case. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we also appreciate the explanation given by our colleagues. Nevertheless, I'd like to emphasize this is the point this is why we insist on the point of having science-based regulations and harmonization based on the science-based, such science-based regulations, because we believe that they are efficient for guaranteeing a safe trade. Therefore, at this point, we have to agree with our colleague of Argentina. We might not be able to support this paragraph, and we would, in any case, need time to make further consultations. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I wonder if it would be helpful. I've heard the comment that you need time to consult with others before agreeing to this. So my only suggestion at this point is whether it would be helpful to include in here a reference to the international standard setting bodies, and perhaps at the end to say something at the end of that sentence to say, you know, and noted the importance of the international standard setting bodies in this regard, or something like that, if that would help. So perhaps put that in square brackets as a suggestion. And noted the importance of the international standard setting bodies, all capitalized. In this regard. I don't know if that helps enough for our colleagues, or if you still need additional time to consult with technical colleagues. If so, we can always return to this one paragraph tomorrow morning, if we can't get it out of the way tonight. The floor is Argentina's.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for adding this phrase at the end. Unfortunately, we would need to consult with our technical experts regarding the scope of this phrase, and I would try to do that right now, and I'll try to have the response as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. So we'll continue on, and if there, although I don't know that there are any other comments, if you do get a response from your technical colleagues in the next few minutes, we can deal with it then, but then otherwise, I guess we'll just have to return to this one paragraph in the morning. I don't know if there's any comments on any other parts of this item. I see none. So we will consider then that paragraphs 1, 2, and the original paragraph 3 are are agreed to, subject to the drafting committee's review, and return to paragraph 3 first thing in the morning when colleagues have had a chance to discuss with their technical experts. So 6:30. I think I would like to then thank the FAO staff and all the members for their very hard work today. We have regained a bit of time, so I'm optimistic we'll be able to regain even more tomorrow. So I will adjourn our session for today at this point, and we will return at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning Rome time to continue on with the agenda. We'll finish up with that last paragraph of the report first thing, and then we will be moving on to item 2.6, operationalizing a food systems approach, and we will try to get through the whole Tuesday agenda on Tuesday. So thank you very much. Have a very good evening, afternoon, and we will see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Tomorrow.